Welcome to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Morning and welcome once again to Perkins Online. After a break yesterday, well, what did you do yesterday? Did you, well, first of all, did you enjoy the day, whether working or relaxing? Number of things happened, I gather. Sister P planted a tree in Bath, St. Thomas, and there's a sign planted near the tree indicating that it was the Prime Minister who planted it. And that building near the intersection of Oxford Road and, or at the intersection of Oxford Road and the Housing Trust building has been renamed the Michael Manley building in honor of the founder, I suppose you could say, of the National Housing Trust. He was Prime Minister when it was who set up the Housing Trust, although I heard it being suggested on a radio program, I think this morning, that the idea was not his. It was some clergyman who came up with it. Whoever it is, the National Housing Trust was not a good idea. Because one of the things that it involved is getting people who are less capable of affording, poorer people, to subsidize housing for people better off than themselves. When the Housing Trust builds houses, and a person applies for one of these houses and is told that no, you can't do it because you can't make it because you can't pay the mortgage. When I'm being told that the program was gone off the air in several parts of the country and possibly abroad within 2 minutes after I opened my mouth. How interesting. How very interesting. I wonder why. And this isn't something new. It's been going on, I gather, for some time. Yes, I was saying that to those of you who can hear, if there are any such, that the National Housing Trust, when it takes money out of the salary or income, whatever, of a poor man who cannot afford to buy one of those houses, to pay the mortgage on one of those houses, and then uses that money to provide housing for somebody better off than himself. Is that fair? Is that right? And is that how the National Housing Trust has proceeded? Well, I don't know. It seems to me that there is something wrong with that. Anyway, over the weekend too, when was it on? Today is what, Thursday? I'm all mixed up. Most of us seem this morning to be mixed up. And I confess to being so myself. Today is Thursday. On Tuesday then, the Prime Minister went on a tour of, what is it now? Southeastern St. Andrew, was it? I think so. In which the incumbent Minister Henry Wilson beg your pardon, Minister Henry Wilson is being very seriously threatened. I suppose there are those who are going to applaud that word and take it to imply that her opponent is offering some Jezebel kind of threat. But according to the polls, even the Bill Johnson poll, the lead by Mrs. Gordon Webley is substantial. Not that I am a quoter of polls, I'm just saying that this is what is motivating the interest in that constituency by the Prime Minister went on a tour of it, having heard from Mr. Bill Johnson, the PNP's pollster, that there is a need for her and Mrs. Maxine Henry Wilson to come together to show that the friction that arose between them at the time of the party leadership contest, when Maxine Henry Wilson was rooting for, who was it? I think Dr. Phillips. Dr. Phillips, yes. That has got to be repaired, and the impression has to be created that one got the impression that they were so I heard it being said on the radio, that they were like two sisters on Tuesday afternoon. But did you look at the television pictures? Because I got the impression that the crowds were very sparse, if they could at all be described as crowds. Very relative handful of people around them. And I heard Naomi Francis reporting for the Cliff Hughes program there, nationwide, saying that the crowds were very small. Incidentally, I heard her saying something else on her program this morning. There is a report out, and it's been carried in several media, including the Observer, that JLP supporters somewhere in that constituency set fire. Well, some JLP supporters did come out at they came out in their colours and ringing bells apparently and so on, while the PNP groups were in the vicinity. But there was no conflict. The police were there on hand, and no threats of any kind. But we are told that JLP supporters set fire to a flag, a PNP flag that was set up in the area. And the Observer is telling us this morning that PNP supporters were further incensed. I suppose they were incensed by the people coming out, and they were further incensed when JLP supporters burnt a flag with a picture bearing the likeness of Simpson Miller. Simpson Miller was campaigning for Henry Wilson, who, well, and it goes on about opinion poll, but the PNP, the Observer is telling us that JLP supporters burnt this flag. And I heard that on Radio Jamaica and on 102 and elsewhere. But I can't be sure all of them. But the interesting thing is that Naomi Francis, who was there covering the tour as a reporter, said she did not see this. She did not at the time hear of it, and has not been able to get any confirmation from the police that any such thing happened. And yet the media is spreading this all over the place, that JLP supporters, on the word of the PNP. Now, we take a break. We come back in a moment.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is 10:15.
As part of ongoing efforts to improve service to their customers, the Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, will need to suspend electricity supply in order to carry out maintenance work on Sunday, May 27, between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. in the following areas of St. Mary, town of Onoto Bay and surrounding areas. JPS apologizes for the inconvenience caused by this outage. Every effort will be made to restore supply as soon as possible. For customer service information, please call 1-888-CALL-JPS. That is 1-888-225-5577.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and a raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products, baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbour. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
I got that feeling and it's so easy to tell.
From day one, Digicel give me real value. $8 Digicel to Digicel rate.
3 Digicel points to buy a new phone when I add credit or when I pay my bill.
Digicel is the first company to give free credit. $100 every month.
Signal?
Them have the whole island covered.
And with the best customer service 24/7, they make me feel like I am number one.
I'm number one.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. I was talking at the break about this unauthenticated story about JLP supporters burning a PNP flag in that constituency that was toured on Tuesday evening by the Prime Minister. I think, that this is something that we have to watch for. The story put out with a view to creating a bad impression of one side, put out by the other, and carried by the media, that says that supporters of one party did some kind of viciousness. Unauthenticated. The media just publishes it without, particularly if it is coming from one side. I find that this is so. And you remember Mr. Gentleman from down there in Montego Bay, Smith, who was suggesting that that gangsters involved in drug trafficking were lending their financial support to one of the parties, or were looking to strike a deal with one of the parties, because the PNP had set the police on them and were making life difficult for them. That is the kind of performance that we're getting from the media. Incidentally, I gather that Power 106 has got a letter from a firm of lawyers asking for a copy of the tape of that interview that I did with Mr. Smith. I wonder what that is about. Anyway, the polls. Last night, Mr. Don Anderson came out on CVM television with another of his polls. He has the parties neck and neck. Although there's some curious figures there, significant numbers of people. Something else I wanted to say, that one of the arguments that I gather the government is circulating, on the face of it, they have an appalling record of performance in government. They've been in office for 18 years, and things are in quite a bit of a mess. But the essence of their response to this on the campaign trail, I gather, or down there, is that no better no day. The JLP can't do any better. And the poll seems to be giving support to this. I can't remember the figures right off, but the suggestion is that people are accepting that the opposition can do no better, really. Significant numbers, not perhaps overwhelming majorities, but there are substantial numbers too who are saying that the PNP would do a better job at fixing roads. Neither party can really do anything about crime. I think that is the substance of the Gleaner's headline this morning. Neither party can do very much about crime. So, no better no day. So you could as well stay with what you have. That seems to be the... On the other hand, while Mr. Don Anderson is saying that there's a neck-and-neck situation, the certified PNP pollster, Mr. Johnson, Bill Johnson. He's saying that the PNP is well ahead. Well ahead. They don't do it. That is the headline in the Gleaner this morning. The first few paragraphs of the story is telling us that despite the despite the persistently high level of violent crime, half of the country's registered voters are uncertain whether the governing People's National Party, PNP, or the opposition Jamaica Labour Party, JLP, can effectively relieve the society of this scourge. Right? And this is the Gleaner commissioned poll. Conducted earlier this month. Pollster Bill Johnson found that 32% of the persons interviewed island-wide did not believe that either party, if it formed the next government, would do a better job of handling the problem of crime and violence. Okay? So you could as well stick with what you have. No better, no day. That is the song that is being sung, the message that is being put out there. The effect of that, of course, is that the situation is hopeless. If this crime problem continues to expand and if nothing can be done about it, then maybe the thing to do is to jump in the sea and swim. I see that Mr. What's his name? The Solicitor General, Mr. Hilton, has withdrawn from he's no longer available, he says, to be appointed Chief Justice of Jamaica. I wonder why. I wonder why. Anyway, the present Chief Justice is supposed to be departing early next month, and the new one has to be appointed. All sorts of stories are going the rounds. Interesting situation too. But let us see what happens. Okay, the break is coming up. There was another matter that I wanted to say something about, a couple of words. This arrangement that has been worked out by the two parties, where the use of words like Jezebel in the campaign is condemned, because it might stimulate, such language might stimulate violence. Now, this is a load of rubbish, just a load of rubbish. What seems to be happening here is that the tendency towards violence is taken for granted, right? And what we must now do is avoid behaving in any way that might give a stimulus to violence. And that stimulus might be given by referring to the Prime Minister as a Jezebel. Right? This is nonsense. What we want to do is alter the political culture to ensure that if I say something to you and you don't like it, the result is not the pulling of a gun or the pulling of a knife or the setting of fire to something or whatever, right? That you respond in words, right? If I say you're a Jezebel and you don't like it, then you can always say that I am something else, a devil, Satan, no? Or evil or whatever. And we don't have to get into a fight about it. We don't have to fire guns about it, or pull knives, or set the place afire. That is a load of nonsense. That is what we need to correct. We take a break. We come back in a moment.
Ideal Finance Corporation, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5, offers competitive interest rates on your investments and attractive foreign exchange rates. Call 960-639-024. The time by Ideal Finance Corporation is
10:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road and 145 Constant Spring Road. Massive sale on steel, lumber, 5/8 ply, cement and more. Take our competitors' quotations to us and we'll beat the prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Telephone 969-3382. That's 969-3382.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a surface trough to the west of the island. On the local weather scene, this morning will be mostly sunny. This afternoon, look for partly cloudy conditions with isolated showers. For the next 3 days, expect partly cloudy skies in the afternoons with isolated showers. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody.
Hey, Red, rodeos are coming. Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome, Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Okay, let's go to the telephones. Hello.
Hello.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, Brother Perkins.
How is you, sir?
not too bad, you know, sir.
Not too bad.
Now, me a listen here. History man here.
Good.
Look. Let me ask you something.
Yes.
You throw income tax. You are not income tax. You throw housing trust.
Housing trust? No, not at the moment.
Why?
What do you mean why?
You know, nobody get your money.
Anyway, what has that got to do with anything?
No, because you see, if you are saying this morning that poor people throw it for other people get it. Well, Mr. Perkins, do you know if you throw housing trust and you do not benefit by getting a house to get back your money?
Yes, of course you get back your money.
All right,
but hold on a little. You've been deprived of your money over a period of time. And that money has been used. Hold on just a moment. That money has been used to construct houses, right? Which are available to persons who are better off than yourself.
I don't know about that.
But how you mean you don't know? Don't you know that persons have applied for housing and have been told that they can't afford it?
People do it and people have houses and don't get it either.
I beg your pardon?
People throw housing trust.
Yes.
And during the time they own a house and they do not get housing trust money.
Fine. But I am talking fine. But I am talking about another aspect of it, where a person is required to contribute, and he's not asked whether he wants to contribute. He's required to contribute to the housing trust fund, which fund is used to build houses that he can't afford.
Well,
it seems to me that there is something.
Plenty couldn't buy a house if there was no housing trust.
I beg your pardon?
Plenty could not have been in a house if they didn't throw a housing trust. You will agree with that?
I will agree with that, yes.
Well, all right, let's leave that alone.
No. I think it is unfair to require somebody. What?
But take it up with laws and let them go to court and let that discuss.
All right, I was just making that point. Yes.
Anyway, Mr. Perkins, why worry about the polls?
I'm not worried about. No, hold on a little bit, man. Hold on a moment. I'm not worried about the polls. I'm amused by them. No, hold on. I find the polls amusing.
It's all right. That's why you talk about it.
Yes. I find them very funny.
Forget that. Because I see when it is on the other side, it's welcome. And when it is on the other side, it's not welcome.
No.
That is you. I hear it.
I don't care which side it is on. Right? I don't care which side.
Some people welcome it.
What?
Some people welcome the polls.
I'm sure that some people do.
I don't care about the polls.
Some people are welcoming them now.
I don't care about it. And let's go on.
Yes.
I hear you mentioned Friday about Mr. Churchill and Mr. Golden. Somebody said that there's no way Mr. Golden can fit in the shoot of Churchill. And they said Churchill left his party and went. I didn't hear anybody say that. Then why did you say that Churchill went away and be a great man?
Look here. There is a vast amount of hypocrisy at work in political campaigning in Jamaica.
Oh, I see.
Now hold on.
You
Mr. Golding, hold on just a moment. And, I am not here telling you to trust Mr. Golding if you don't want to. Right? I'm not in that. No.
You're a fool, man.
No. I am here trying to suggest that people should be fair and should think intelligently. Right? Now, it is being suggested that Mr. Golding is not to be trusted because he left the JLP, founded another party, and went back to the JLP. Right?
And come to be the head of that party.
Well, fine.
Not fair.
Fine. Now, this is being said by members and supporters of a political party that that itself has not been averse to accepting persons leaving one party and coming into its ranks. Mr. Dabdoob was a Labour Party man. He is now with the PNP, right? And representing them in a constituency.
Yeah, what about Samuda?
Mr. Samuda was a JLP man. He left the JLP, went to the PNP, became a minister, I think, in the PNP government, right? And decided to go back to the JLP. Am I right?
Perfectly right.
Yes,
man.
And there are numbers of other persons in that position.
Who jumped ship?
Who have been,
Who jumped ship?
Yes, and now have been accepted into the PNP. And the PNP at that time was not telling people that these persons were not to be trusted because they had jumped the fence. Right?
That had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, but how you mean it don't have nothing to do with it?
No,
man. No, if it makes hold on. If it makes
the party where them jump from to talk about it.
No, hold on. If it makes Mr. Golding untrustworthy to have jumped from party to party, then how can Mr. Dabdoob, Mr. Samuda, when he went into the PNP,
total different thing.
Mrs. Lady up in St. Anne, what's her
total
name?
Different thing.
How you mean totally different?
One, Mr. Golding was different from Mr. Churchill. Mr. Churchill did not go and form a party.
But forming
and first thing when he went over the other party, he left and come back and he starts from scratch to be a prime minister. You agree with that?
Oh, you mean he started from
He
scratch
didn't go back into the party ahead of the party, did he?
He didn't what?
He didn't leave, when he leave the party that he was with.
Yes.
And go over the other side of the other party. And come back. He did not form a party when him did not go and form a party.
But that is neither here nor there. The fact is that he switched loyalties.
It's that Mr. Perkins.
He switched loyalties.
Come on,
right?
Come on, Mr. Perkins.
Look here, don't be childish.
You is childish. It's two different things.
It's not two different things.
If you leave and go and hope my business, and leave your business because it's unsuccessful, and go back to where you used to work, what that is telling you? You're not a businessman.
You're not a what?
You're not a businessman. Will you agree?
I don't know that follows. No.
Mr. Perkins, Mr. Perkins, I've been listening to you for years, and I know you very well.
You do?
You see, when you get to a point where you are being cornered.
I'm being cornered?
Yes.
You're not cornering me.
Anyway, Mr. Churchill went to another party.
He was a conservative. He abandoned hold on a little bit. He abandoned the Conservative Party, went to the Liberal Party, and then later abandoned the Liberal Party and went back to the Conservative Party.
And when he went back there as what?
As a member of the party.
They didn't went back there as the leader of the party.
But Mr. Golding didn't went back to the Labour Party as a leader of the party.
Yes, sir.
That is not true. That's rubbish.
Yes, sir.
That is rubbish.
He went back there and they left him as a leader.
Hold on, comrade. When Mr. Golding went back to the JLP, who was its leader?
Leader?
Yes.
Nobody.
Nobody?
No.
Then what was Edward Siaga?
He was leaving the party. Everybody knew he was leaving.
Mr. Siaga was the leader of the party. He was the leader of the opposition. Right? When did Mr. Siaga resign from the Labour Party?
Why did he resign?
That is not the question.
It is the question. Mr.
You are talking now.
Let me finish my...
Mr. Golding did not go back to the Labour Party as it's...
Let me finish.
Anyway,
that is what I know of. You go there with the sole intention. With the sole intention to become the leader. Anyway, let me finish.
Yes.
Mr. Golding, when he left, Mr. Golding left and go and form a party.
Yes.
The party failed.
So what?
Miserably.
So what?
And he found himself here because Mr. Siaga was on his way. And when he went...
Hello?
Yeah.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir.
That gentleman there on the radio, you know.
must go home and start my propaganda around the place. Every day comes to the rent of the same thing.
Why we no make no propaganda?
I'm sick and tired of you, man.
Why we no make no propaganda against the PNP? Nobody say anything.
You need to read, man.
Go on, leave, let me talk.
It's
not your money, it's not your money paying this bill.
Don't read, you must go and read like most of
you go away.
You have no intelligence. Go and read, learn to read something.
Yeah, you must go and read. Don't you and him fight over it?
You're a dunce, man.
Don't you and him go and fight over it?
No, you not fight them, Mr. Perkins. I'm not fighting. You need to go and read
you leave it alone.
All right, so good. Comrade, you still with us?
Mr. Perkins.
Yes, comrade.
Can you please let I speak with you and that man can come on after?
All right, comrade.
Good, sir. Let me finish.
How much more do you have to say?
Not much, because I know you wouldn't have much more to say. I am saying that Churchill went away, and there is no way, you see, Golden can be like this man, because the man never, when Churchill went away, him never say which part him leave from.
But hold on a minute.
Whatever.
Hold on a minute.
Never go and talk about no.
Hold on just a moment.
I love Easy Flow Liquid Spray Starch. The iron doesn't stick to my clothes. Trust me. No build-up. It's wrinkle-free, non-flaky, and it leaves my clothes looking neat and smooth. Easy Flow Liquid Spray Starch, distributed by Barco Caribbean Limited. The time by Barco Caribbean Limited is 10:45.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Do you have fat thighs or calves, flabby arms, double chin or crow's feet, baby tummy that won't budge or unsightly cellulite? Well, visit Suddenly Slender and experience the magic of mineral body wraps. Would you like to be slimmer? Lose 6 to 30 inches? Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston, 920-1139 or 997-1909.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a surface trough to the west of the island. On the local weather scene, this morning will be mostly sunny. This afternoon, look for partly cloudy conditions with isolated showers. For the next 3 days, expect partly cloudy skies in the afternoons with isolated showers. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica. Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
Okay, ladies, first a report from Mrs. Campbell on the noticeable decline in attendance for our Sunday meetings. Mrs. Campbell?
She's not here.
So it's just you and me?
Yes, ma'am. Since home phone to home phone calls are free every Sunday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., our ladies are staying home, calling friends and family. And all it takes is topping up your cable and wireless home phone with $200 or more between Monday and Friday.
So why am I here? Meeting adjourned. Call me on my home phone.
Free Sunday.
Conditions apply. Cable and wireless. Listening to the people.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, comrade, we're back with you.
Mr. Perkins.
Comrade, could I ask you a question?
Can I ask you a
question?
No,
let me ask you a question. You don't think that Sister P would have been in a stronger position had she resigned from the party, from the government, some years ago, and had now come back and assumed the leadership of the party, right? You don't think that she would be in a stronger position than she is now?
Oh, no.
No?
She stay where she is.
She stay where she is. Hold on a little bit. She stayed where she was, where she is, you say, right? And went along with policies that have been ruinous for the country.
Well, she stayed there. If
And
she win, she win. If she lose,
and
she
hold on a little bit.
She don't go away.
And she is therefore, she cannot help being identified with the failures of the government.
Mr. Perkins.
Right?
I don't
the
want
rising
to talk
crime
about
rate.
Sister
Hold on just a moment.
I come to talk about Mr.
Hold on a little bit now. The inability of the government to cope with the rising crime rate.
You're taking up my
the
time.
state of the roads and the schools and the hospitals. Right?
You're going to cut me off because...
I am not cutting you off.
Yes, because I'm not going to get the time to explain to you.
Explain that to me then.
Business. If she want to stay there, she stay there. She want to go
yes,
come
but
back and join.
No, but
I'm speaking of Mr.
if she
Golden
stays
now.
there,
I'm speaking
hold
of
on a
Mr.
little bit.
Golden now.
If she stays there, she cannot help being identified with what the party has been doing over all this time that she has been staying there.
People feel to keep her.
So what reason is there for supposing now that she's coming with anything new?
What supposing that Mr. Golden is going to come with anything new? Hello?
Yes, you're saying?
I am saying, who says Mr. Golden is come with anything new?
Well, that is a matter to be judged.
All right. So it's a matter to be judged when she get the mark.
Listen to what Mr. Golding says and make up your mind about that.
But him not saying that there and there, man, they never trust him there.
Yes.
What I am saying, Mr. Churchill,
anyway,
that person was saying.
I'm suggesting to you that if Sister P, if Sister P had left and come back, right?
I can't get to what
then one might have been in a position to suggest that maybe she's coming with something new.
Let me finish now, man.
Nothing new, man. Same old.
Now, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir.
I am saying, when Mr. Churchill left, he did not form a party. Mr. Golden formed one. Different
but
way.
He did.
And he did not, Mr. Perkins.
Hold on a little. He did not form a party, sir, because he felt that there was one there for him to go to. What is the point of forming a party if there's a party with which you think you agree, right? Then you don't form a party. But if there is no party with which you think you agree, then you form one.
Mr. Perkins.
Am I right? Is that reasonable?
Yeah, you're probably right.
Okay.
I am not, Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir.
You remember when Mr. Golden formed his party? You remember your very words about the other two parties?
What did I say?
Could you remind the public what you said?
What did I say?
You said the two parties are no good and Mr. Golden is the alternative.
I said that?
Yes.
I don't remember saying that.
Mr. Perkins, you know.
Anyway. All right, sir. I think I've given you a good run. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay, hello?
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, sir. I'm calling from London.
Oh, welcome. How are things there?
Sorry?
How are things there?
We have a terrible crime problem, but I think we need those police what you sent to Jamaica, need them here to help us.
The police?
The police what we sent to Jamaica to help you, I think we need them in London.
Well,
to help with our crime.
Well, I don't know. I hope that they could do better for you in London than they seem to have been able to achieve here. I don't know. I don't know what they have done here that has improved the situation.
Okay. I spoke to you a few years ago. My name is Basil Witter.
Basil Witter.
About an attorney who sold my mother's property.
Yes.
Do you remember the case?
I don't offhand, no.
It was an attorney who sold my mother's property and took all the money. We couldn't get back the money from him.
Yes.
And he was struck off by the General Legal Counsel in Jamaica. For serious misconduct.
Yes.
Okay, what's happened is that he took all my mother's money, sold her house, and created a fictitious auction and sold her house. Took over $8 million, and it's cost us tens of thousands of pounds trying to get back the money now.
Yes.
I've spoken to a number of people. The General Legal Council has been quite good, but why can't they set up a commission like they have like a Kingfish to try and regulate some of these rogue attorneys?
Well, I don't know. I wonder whether what you are accusing him of doing would not be a criminal offence.
It is a criminal offence, but it's not.
So have you reported it to the...
Yes, I have, yes.
And have they investigated it and done anything about it?
Nothing at all.
Oh, I wonder why.
I've sent you the papers and I've sent you an email on the details. But it's not only that, there's a number of other friends I have, and they're in the same position. And, you know, I just feel that there should be, even though there is attorneys who are being put away in prison, I just feel there should be a commission. I think people from abroad would feel more comfortable if they know that, you know, these cases are actually investigated. Because this attorney is now gone and opened more practices in around Jamaica. And, you know, what he did to my mother, you know, I don't remember. My father's Joe Witter, and I'm his son. And you rang the attorney. Do you remember the case?
And what?
Do you remember speaking about this case on the radio?
No, I don't remember offhand.
Okay.
But I look forward to getting the email from you.
I've sent it to you, and what I'll do, if you can read it, I left a number on there, and I can call you back on it.
Okay, all right.
I just feel that there should be a police investigation on this, because, you know, it's not right. And if he's done it to my mother, how many other cases has he done it to?
Yes, all right. I'll look forward to getting the email. All right?
I've sent it to you, so you can reply back to me on this.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hello? Hello?
Hello, good morning, Mr.
Good morning
Perkins.
to you, ma'am.
You know what is our biggest problem in Jamaica?
What?
We are led by too many criminal-minded persons.
Why do you say that?
Because when you look at the system and see the things that are going around us and persons that are leading us, and for example, the NHT, as that man was talking about, and so many persons are not able to benefit from NHT.
Yes.
And how can you force someone to pay NHT and come out upfront to say some persons won't be able to benefit and be proud of saying that? Once you take people money, they must be able to benefit from it.
I should think so. I don't see. Well, it's not a matter of they must be able to benefit, because if you're taking money from somebody who is a wealthy person who already has half a dozen houses, right? Then you wouldn't expect such a person to be benefiting from NIS buildings, right? But the point that I am concerned with is that you're taking money from persons who cannot afford an NHT house, right? And you're using that money to build NHT houses, and then telling that man, well, you're very sorry if he applies.
They can't benefit.
You can't benefit because you can't afford it.
Can't afford it, because I've been serving this country from in the early 90s.
Yes.
And even the other day when they say they're going to raise that money on for 3.5 million. And when I call them, the most I can get is 2.7. Now 2.7 can't even buy quads in Jamaica.
Well, there
so
you are.
what are we going to do?
Yes.
It's like they're telling us you must have at least about half of that money.
Yes.
In order to benefit for the house. Because the houses are sold so expensive. So when they even raise their money, the market value go up.
Yes.
So you still can't benefit. So you always have a set of persons who will just not benefit. And I'm even looking at my other problem, why I really called it this morning, is NCB and the Omni policy. Because my sister, she took out an Omni policy for her children about 9 years ago. And this week, she closed the account and the only thing she got was $100 on her as interest.
Oh.
I have a policy.
How many years ago?
9 years ago, because she opened it with $300. And she has been paying that $300 like some months for the month. But the only thing she got is $100. I have the policy also for my children, and I have one for over a year. Now, from after paying, I am losing money, because when I ask them how much I have paid and how much I have now, I am losing more than what I paid. So how can you take from my capital?
To begin with, 9 years ago, the dollar was worth something rather more than it is worth now. So your capital is shrinking, has been shrinking over the period, right? Maybe with all the $100 and whatever dollars that you've got, you would not be able to use that money to buy today what it could have bought 9 years ago.
That is so true. and they gain so much interest off your money, and then in the end they're not giving you anything, because look at my own, where I am at a loss.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center, and 12 French Street, Spanish Town. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is 11 o'clock.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't mind the stop you from do it. We say the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, your choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maitland, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3 Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back online. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins. When I look at my policy that I took out last year for my child, and I took it out at $1,500 per month. And when I look now, I am getting less than what I have paid for the month.
Then in that event, Mom, don't do it.
That's what I'm doing. I'm going to close that account.
Yes, close
but
it.
the public needs to know, because remember, it's mostly poor people that are putting in that money, saving it for their children's future education. And when we go there, they don't explain to us and say, all right, this is what they are going to do. This is going towards insurance, and so they give us a booklet, and in this booklet I'm looking at a projected accumulated value of 10% and 12%. Yet still, when I spoke to the lady this morning, she's telling me about 5%. because I have not reached that $50,000 mark. So that is so unfair, because they're saying one thing to us and they're doing something else.
Yes, all right. I must try and get hold of the information and.
I would really appreciate that, Mr. Perkins.
All right, Mom. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins. I'm calling about these polls taken in Jamaica.
The what?
What's your take on that?
You're calling about what?
The polls taken before the election. The Bill Johnson poll and all those polls.
Oh, yes.
Do they have any sway of what the people will vote for?
Do they have any sway of what the people will vote for? What do you mean by that?
If they literally having a validation.
I look, sir. We are now hearing from two pollsters, right? Don Anderson is saying that the two parties are neck and neck, right? Bill Johnson is saying that the People's National Party has a substantial lead of about 7 points, right? Now, which one of these is true, if either? We have no way of knowing, right? And polls influence, without being verifiable, they influence opinion. People out there, when they see the Bill Johnson poll or the Don Anderson poll or this, that or the other one, right? They form opinions about them or about the state of affairs. They use those polls influence what people think about the chances of this party or that party and about whether it is worthwhile supporting this party or that party, right?
Yes.
And I think that this, these polls are dangerous. I'm not sure that they should be allowed, because of the impact they have upon Jamaican democracy.
Yes, I know.
Right?
First, everybody having predictions now. I read a while back a letter in the Observer about the question and the polls, and it is a really important letter. Because you have the opposition in opposition for 18 years. Or we're getting know which party will provide the better job. I mean,
well, I don't know. People can form opinions about that, right? And people have a right. Hold on, sir. People have a right to form opinions about that, however irrational you or I may think those opinions to be. Right?
Yeah.
They have a right to their opinions. But the thing is this, I wonder whether anybody should have the right to put out poll information that may be distorting the process of people's understanding of what is going on. Right?
Yes. And one more thing I like to say. There's this word floating around. It's like every other word in your opinion piece in the newspaper and the radio. It's about this charisma.
Yes.
What is this thing with charisma? I know it's in reference to the Prime Minister. Like I'm similar.
Well, they're saying that...
what can that do for the people?
Well, good question.
What can that do for the people? I don't know why other people counting out Mr. Golding.
Yes.
They shouldn't have cannot count out the man is a force to be reckoned with. You got to remember, when Mr. Golding returned to the party, he's the one credited with the showing of the Jamaica Labour Party. They almost won that election. They created the strongest opposition. It was Mr. Golding help while the Jamaica Labour Party won a contested election, the local government election in 1989.
You know, sir,
it's Mr. Golding help.
One of the things that we need to understand is that charisma is a characteristic of the Samphire man. Right? Without charisma, the Samphire man couldn't get where he wants to get. Am I right?
Yes.
Eh?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So we should be careful how we place too great a value upon charisma in this country. And when we look, there was no political leader who ever had, well, Bustamante had charisma. But Michael Manley, I think, was in a class by himself.
Yes.
And yet, his prime ministership was a colossal failure.
Big time.
What?
I said big time.
Yes. I mean, look at what happened to the economy in the period that he was prime minister in the 1970s. Right?
Yeah.
And look, there are a lot of other things that beset this society at the moment that are traceable to Michael Manley.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, all I could say before I go is for the people to really look at what's going on in the beautiful country of Jamaica. We cannot no longer let the qualification to become prime minister is to involve in corruption or to do nothing about a corruption. That can no longer be the qualification. We have to see what is it we really want, and if we're getting it, then we continue with the PMP. If not, we move on with the JP.
Yes.
Because I believe Mr. Golding is a man with great vision and can take the country to where it's really.
All right, so you hold that belief. I'm sure that there are others who don't. So
no, we have to take
those ideas must contest out there in the marketplace.
Let us take politics out of it and look at what's going on. Because I was one of the happiest person when Miss Simpson Miller became Prime Minister of Jamaica. And her first mistake was return those people to the same portfolio the Minister of Government that Mr. Patterson gave them. And
well, that merely demonstrated, sir, that it is the People's National Party that is running the country at the moment, not not just the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is one person. She has a Minister of Finance, a Minister of National Security, ministers of this, that, the other, and so on, right?
Of course.
And the Parliament,
yes,
right? And she cannot accomplish what they will not cooperate in accomplishing.
Yes.
Right? And in any event, I don't know what it is that in the time that she has been Prime Minister, it doesn't seem to me that she has distinguished herself in that she has demonstrated to the country that she has a sense of where she's going, that there is any difference between where she would be taking the country to and where Mr. Patterson took it, right? She says that she's going to build on Mr. Patterson's legacy, right? There are all kinds of horrible things going on in the country that she seems not to be doing anything about. Not that she could necessarily have solved those problems in a year, but she could have started doing something about them, right? One doesn't see this happening, but that is a matter for people to think about.
Yes, and right now what they're doing, they're replacing candidates like crazy just doing an election.
Well, I don't know.
To protect party unity by not removing some minister from the portfolio, but yet still you're replacing candidates now to gain traction.
Well, sir, if they find it necessary to change candidates, sir, there's nothing wrong with that. All right. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Perkins. Now, before I go any further, I wish to tell you that I support the Jamaica Labour Party.
You do?
And I want the Jamaica Labour Party.
Why do you support the Jamaica Labour Party?
Because I think, sir, we've made a mistake in having one government in power for so long.
I see.
And I would dare say that no party must ever again be given a chance to govern more than 3 terms.
More than 3 terms?
More than 3 terms. As a matter of fact, after they've done 3 terms, they should not have the right to campaign on the streets. They should be confined to spaces like school or maybe that beautiful stadium that they built in Trinidad could be used for campaign and nothing else. What I'm saying is
but that doesn't make sense.
Well,
how,
it does.
how
I
can
know it but might not make sense, but no party should be able to campaign after running the country for 4 terms.
No, so what you're doing there is depriving the people of choice. What you're saying is that after a party has been in office for whatever number of terms,
yes,
the people of the people of Jamaica should be deprived of the right to say that that is the party that we want to govern this country
but
for another term.
Look on the side of it, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
If you have a system whereby a party doesn't have the right to campaign on the street after 3 terms, look at what it would mean for democracy. It would give an outside party a great chance of forming the next government. Now, I'm saying that if you...
No, sir, but hold on. What is important is not some right of another party to form a government, assuming that any such right exists, right? What is important is the right of the people to choose who will govern the country.
Well, I think I'll have to agree with you there, but you see, you must understand why I'm saying it. I'm saying it against the background of having one party in power for 4 terms. And they have every right in the world, they have every opportunity in the world for corruption to step in and create certain problems. Now, I would say, let me just quickly move on here, Mr. Perkins. We hear that our Prime Minister has...
Hold on a moment for me.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is 11:15.
This Labor Day, you've got a good reason to get out and work. Ace Super Center is getting you ready with their amazing Labor Day specials. Great prices on tools, hardware, paints, houseware, and more. Everything you need for the house, garden, and Labor Day project is at Ace Super Center. So don't miss these amazing Labor Day specials at Ace Super Center off Mandela Highway. Ace, the helpful place. Offer ends May 31. Conditions apply.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The Double Zinger is back. Even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy Double Zinger is back and now available in Spicy Barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The Spicy Barbecue Double Zinger. The Double Zinger sandwich. I got take some heating. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Perkins. It is said that our Prime Minister has charisma.
Yes.
She has a lot of charisma. She goes around and hug up a lot of people, kiss them and all that. But can we take that to the bank when we want some money to borrow?
Look, sir.
Now, when you look at it, sir, it's after a year she has been in office. How many interviews has she done on any television or radio?
Well, I don't know. That's not. But let me, on the subject of charisma, now I'm not here saying, making any criticism of the Prime Minister, right? I'm talking about the value that is put on charisma in this country.
Yeah.
Right? Charisma is a quality that every Samphire man
of course
must have.
The guy who has a 3 card is a charismatic.
Precisely. If he does not have the charisma, he cannot put things over on people because people will be thinking critically of him, right? But if he can get people to like him and to love him and to think that he is this wonderful person, then he can take anything he wants from them.
Yeah.
Right?
You look at this point, Mr. Perkins. This government has always been against white people. And they talk as if white people are the devils and what have you. But yet they sent to Britain to get some of those white officers.
I don't have they actually done that? I don't.
Well,
I haven't heard that from them.
Well, they haven't been saying it now, but some of their followers get that impression. But they sent to Britain, and they get some people like Mark Shields and Mr. Green to head our police force, as it were, and to take over from them. They are saying that we Jamaicans cannot do things.
Yes, sir,
ourselves.
but hold on a little bit. The whiteness of people has nothing to do with anything, you know.
Well, we all know that, sir.
Right? There are good white people and bad white people.
But if
good
the
black
Labour
people
Party
and
was
bad
in
black
power,
people. Right?
If the Labour Party was in power, Mr. Perkins, PNP would have demonstration against these people, Mark Shields and Mr. Green,
well,
for we having to take them from England to come and run our police force.
Well, I would not dispute that with you, sir. Because they would be taking advantage of what they think they might use to their
you know, Mr. Perkins, we
don't
have to
forget
be fair.
don't forget that they have said that anything
of course
that will keep them in power, they regard as being in the best interest of the country.
Mr. Perkins, I look at Bruce Golding, you know, as one of the brighter Jamaicans that we had. He was at JC head boy, I think. He came from Georges. And he's one of the brighter people. And when he speaks with clarity. I'm not saying you must just listen to when a guy speak and then figure that he will do well. But the guy means well, and we have to give him a chance. Now look at...
Well, I don't know. You see, maybe looking at him critically, one might come to the conclusion that he wouldn't make a good Samphire man.
He wouldn't do.
That is his great problem.
Yeah. Well, you know, Mr. Perkins, I think it is time for a change, and I would want to say, sir, no government, whether JLP or PNP, must be allowed to rule for such a long time. It is dangerous for democracy.
Well, that is something for people to think about and decide upon.
Yeah.
But I don't think that there should be such a rule.
And I think you know, Mr. Perkins, the PNP run the danger of being wiped out at the next election, you know.
Do they?
Yes, because I tell you, if you look in Annette Gardens, in Jungle, in Rima, everywhere in Jamaica where PNP have their enclaves or what have you, people are suffering. And it is time people in Jamaica realize that no loyalty to any party will get them anywhere, neither to JLP or PNP. We have to look at the issues and see who have the ideas that can take the country out of the hole that we are.
I think you're absolutely right on
How
that.
can a country like Jamaica have almost 2,000 people being killed each year? That's ridiculous. And
well, it's not quite up to 2,000, but it probably is getting there.
Yeah? Hello?
Yes?
Yeah, you're a bit low there. What I'm saying, it's ridiculous for us to have so many people being killed, so many people missing. I think a change of government, sir, would lead to a dramatic decline in crime and unemployment and violence, because people have lost hope in this country. And the sooner we get all of the parties on the television debating the issues and not just making noise all over the place, the better it will be.
Well, I will agree with you to the extent that if a party has been in office for 18 years and we see crime escalating during that period, it seems to me very unlikely that party has any answers to the problem, because they had all the time in the world in which to do something about it.
And if this Prime Minister is the brightest one they have, then all of them might as well go.
Well, I don't know, but you know, if you try one thing and it doesn't work, then you should examine the possibility of trying something else.
I would love to see a team of Labour Party supporters, any two of them, any two Labour Party supporters, with any 100 PNP supporters on television in front of cameras, answering questions from any group of people that can interview them. I would love to see that, because I think PNP has lost all credibility, and they should step aside and let the Jamaica Labour Party take over and bring a new day to
Well,
Jamaica.
I don't think you're going to see that, sir. There's no reason why they should step aside.
Well, Mr.
Right?
Perkins,
They're in there fighting.
I am longing for the day when I can see Rima, Arnett Gardens, Jungle and so on greet Labour Party people like friends, because we are all friends, but the PNP has just done nothing but to divide this country into PNP and JLP, and we must put a stop to this.
I don't know that the PNP has been totally
Well,
responsible
they are not
for
showing up now, sir, but over the years,
All right.
they have created paupers, not people who can do well for this country.
Well,
Thank
the economy is in a mess. Anyway, thank you very much. All the best to you. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins. Yes, sir. I've got some question to ask you, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. You have 60 candidates. You got 60 constituents in Jamaica. And some parish got 4, some got 3, some got 2, some have 5, and different. Why the parishes can't find somebody who live in that parish? You got member of parliament, a candidate running, and if they tie, MC1 can vote to lose the tie because they don't have a vote in the constituency. Why Jamaica got to run 2 separate elections? Why when election run, they can't run the parish council election and general election at the same time to save costs or taxpayers' money?
Well, that is an argument. I see no real reason why that could not be. But as far as what was the first question you raised?
Yeah.
What was the first issue you raised?
The first issue.
Or the number of constituencies.
Yes, and
the business of an MP living in his constituency or her constituency.
He's not living in the constituency. They just take him and take it, go inside here, and if they tie, he can't vote to even lose the tie because he don't have a vote in the constituency.
Well, I think that we should be thinking about that kind of thing. You know, the idea of persons representing constituencies. And, you know, there are a lot of problems like that. You know, take, for example, the health arrangements, right?
Yeah.
Our politicians have exempted themselves from the health arrangements that they make for the rest of us.
Of course, because when a man don't know the separation of people in a constituency, he only move in.
No, but not just that. Not just that. When the ordinary man out there gets ill, right?
Yes.
If he is lucky enough to be able to afford it, he can go to the Kingston Public Hospital to have cockroaches crawling all over him, right? The politician doesn't, the MP, his MP, who represents him, doesn't have to suffer that indignity and that danger, right? Because he can
go Miami or go
he can go to Miami or New York to get his medical treatment, right? Yeah. And the thing about it is that medical treatment in Miami or New York is going to be paid for by an insurance policy that you and I and that poor little man that cannot even afford to pay the fees at the Kingston Public Hospital is paying for out of our taxes. We're paying for, right?
Yeah. Next thing, Mr. Perkins, but I want to ask again, sir.
So that is one way in which they exempt themselves from the conditions that other people have to live under.
You take for a year a caller calling about Mr. Golden this morning, leave one party and join another party.
Yes.
This crap, 2.7 million people in Jamaica, they still are being brainwashed because if you go back in history, the Right Honorable P.J. Patterson was schooled by who? Sir Alexander Bustamante, and he was a part of the Jamaica.
Well, was he schooled by Sir Alexander Bustamante? What do you mean by that?
Hello?
What do you mean by him being schooled by Sir Alexander Bustamante?
After Bustamante take him to college.
Eh?
Bustamante take him to college, and he finished college, law school, and come back.
Bustamante took him through college? How you mean?
Yeah. He was the man who financing all his law school.
Where you get that from,
If you
sir?
ask him, he can't tell you that.
What? Where you got that from?
Yeah. The two of them is from the parish of Hanover.
Yes, so what?
No, but I showing the unity where people is just killing Bruce leave a party to the other party when...
All right, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Researchers at the University of Carolina Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is 11:30. Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about Independent Living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a surface trough to the west of the island. On the local weather scene, this morning will be mostly sunny. This afternoon, look for partly cloudy conditions with isolated showers. For the next 3 days, expect partly cloudy skies in the afternoons with isolated showers. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
Oliver. Paul, me can't stop and talk to you now. Me I got Wendy's go eat some of them brand new double melt burgers.
New double melt burgers?
Yes, man, the bacon Swiss double melt. Make with half pound of beef, bacon Swiss cheese, and a creamy peppercorn sauce. And the steakhouse double melt. Make the same but with salted onions and mushrooms.
But are they good?
Good. Them succulent and delicious. The only problem is we don't know which one to eat first.
The steakhouse and bacon Swiss double melt burgers at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
Lord, them succulent.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Good morning, Mr. Perkins.
Morning to you, ma'am.
I'm calling about the Bahia Principe Hotel in Runaway Bay.
Bahia Principe.
Yes, it's in Runaway Bay, sir.
Uh-huh. Eh?
apparently, there's a lot of problem going on down there. Right now, there's a strike. Hello?
Yes, I'm listening.
Apparently, I've been telling the staff that when the hotel has officially opened, which it has from January, 20th of January, the staff will be getting gratuities.
Getting what?
Gratuities. Okay? It is signed in a contract.
Gratuities being? You mean the tips that?
Yes. From the guests. Okay. There is a contract that all the staff sign, and it says when the hotel is officially open, then they'll receive gratuity, and that is from the 20th of January. Then they apparently breached that contract and has not paid the staff any form of gratuity from then up till now. So as a result of that, staff are on strike at the Bayer Principe as we speak.
Now?
Right now. Also tear gassing staff down there.
Who is tear gassing this
I get to understand the police were doing it.
Why?
Because the staff are demonstrating. They're not going to work. They're demonstrating because...
Are the guests at the hotel?
Yes, they are guests at the hotel.
And the staff on strike?
At the main gate. Demonstrating. Right? And this can't continue. They've been promising us gratuities, and this can't work, Mr. Perkins. Every day, all I do is...
You're a member of the staff?
Yes, sir. And this is what is happening now as we speak, right there, and there's no justice. And all they talk about, the least little thing, is fire. Every word come out of their mouth is fire.
Out of whose mouth?
Management. You have one manager who's a racist down there because he made a racist comment to a staff that all black people is good for is to clean a white man's shoes until it's white. That's a racist
this
comment.
This person said that? The strike is now going on.
Now going on at the Bahia Principe Hotel, sir, as we speak.
Is there any attempt on either side to have a meeting to discuss the matter or whatever?
I'm not sure because
on either side to have a meeting to discuss the matter or whatever?
I'm not sure because the staff right now they're out there and they're just trying to see if they can negotiate something, but they're apparently not going to give you any money. Not going to give the gratuities, and that's unfair. That's from January the hotel opened, and they were the one who wrote.
And that was in a written contract.
Written contract, sir. I have it. I could fax you one.
Written
contract stating that when the hotel is officially open, we'll be getting gratuities.
Well, would you send me a copy of that?
Yes, I could fax it to you, sir.
Yes, please do.
I could fax it to you, sir. Can you give me a fax number? I could.
Well, I'm going to ask you to speak to somebody, and that person will give you the fax number.
Yes,
but the strike has been going on since morning.
Yes, sir, since morning, sir. And the staff are not leaving until they get the justice that they deserve. Because
so, what about the tear gassing? Why was the tear gassing considered necessary?
I'm not sure, sir. But that's what I'm told. One staff have to go to the hospital because tear gas got into her eye. Yes, sir. And this cannot continue. Every time you go to work, all I can tell you, these Spanish people, all I can tell you, they're going to fire you. Every word come out of their mouth is fire. So it seems like there's no justice in this country, and this is the tourist industry, the number one earner in the country. I don't understand why the Prime Minister can't step in and nothing is being done.
Well, I hope that... Is there a union representing the staff there?
It's supposed to be the National Workers Union, as far as I understand.
And they're down there now?
I don't know if they have reached as yet, sir. I'm not sure if they have reached, but I know they were on their way.
But you're a member of the staff?
Yes, sir. I'm not there as we speak.
Oh, you're not there?
No. I'm not there right now. I have to leave to come and call you.
I follow what you mean.
You understand? So I just wanted to investigate and find out what's going on. But I can fax you that...
Hold on a moment and somebody will speak to you about that. Okay. What the devil is going on? And the hotel industry is having the jitters as a result of this deal that is supposed to be being worked out between Air Jamaica and what's the name of the airline? Can't remember offhand. Virgin Atlantic, yes. And their Virgin Atlantic is buying from Air Jamaica their right to fly. I think they have 8 routes. 8 routes in what period? Per week? I'm not sure. I suspect per week. From London and to Montego Bay. And they're selling to Virgin Airlines. I don't think it's so much the route to Montego Bay as the right to land and take off at London Airport. Because one of the things that is happening in the world is that there's a shortage of landing and takeoff time at the major airports. And they haven't got any additional time to make available to airlines now wanting to come in. So if an airline like Virgin Atlantic wants to increase its landing and taking off at London Airport, it has to buy that time from somebody like an airline like Air Jamaica that already has those routes, but are not finding it economical to use them. That seems to be what is happening, and but it also means that if Air Jamaica sells those routes, and you can well understand why Air Jamaica would want to be selling them. The Air Jamaica situation is desperate. They're delving deeper and deeper into debt. And that great burden that was lifted from Mr. Butch Stewart's shoulder. And there's a story somewhere knocking around, is it in one of the papers this morning, that the government is thinking of writing off that enormous burden of debt running into billions of dollars that was lifted off those eminent shoulders some time ago. And I suppose that one of the things that they're trying to do is to raise some capital to help pay off these things. But the problem is that if they go through with this sale to Virgin Atlantic, then Air Jamaica will not be flying from London to New York. And the tourism industry is concerned about this, naturally. Will we be having the traffic to take tourists wanting to come to Jamaica from London, certainly, if not elsewhere in Europe? Interesting. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, morning.
How are you doing, Mr. Perkins?
Not too bad. How are you?
I am good.
You're good?
Yeah.
You're well connected.
Before I even go further, I am not a PNP, neither
You're not a PNP?
Neither a JLP.
Oh?
I am for my country.
So what are you?
I am for my country.
I see.
But if I am supposed to support any other party, I will support the Jamaica Labour Party.
Oh? Why?
Yeah. Well, I see in 1972 how it goes from there on, and Mr. Michael get the country and he mash it up, and the Labour Party came back. It never fully built, but when them lost, he did reach a good way in it by building back this country.
Uh-huh.
You understand? Right. I call because of the gentleman, the first person that called you there. And I call because to me that man is a nuisance, man. And it's only your program him do this to, and you, because due to Mr. Lambs when he call neither.
And they do
hold
that?
up your program. Yeah, hold up your program. Hold up your program.
Well, but I tell you something. When somebody like that calls,
yeah,
right? it doesn't make sense to cut him off, you know. Let us hear whether he has an argument.
But if you don't have none.
Well,
I never hear it.
Hold on a little. Hold on.
Have an argument.
But when you discover that he has not got an argument, only because he was allowed to say what he had to say, right? So you have to allow people to speak, to say what they have to say, right? And then you can form a judgment as to whether what they are saying makes sense or not.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, because we don't see where it makes sense. Him call every day on the same topic. However, pertaining to him, Mr. Perkins, I can tell you of a fact that the housing trust is there, whether it is good or it is bad. The housing trust, there's a lot of people will never get a house according to their salary and the interview that they give them whenever time they apply for a house. They will never get a house.
Yes.
You understand what I mean? I heard this man been talking and him don't know what he's saying. Were you watching the television last night with Dale Harris and I believe it is the somebody from the cricket board or something like that?
No, I didn't see that.
Do you know the land that the stadium being built on? Chilani, you know who's the land owned by?
Who?
It's the housing trust, you know.
Is that so?
That's what said last night is the housing trust, and the man said when him go and look on the ground recently, he said I full of water if you see the height of grass and so forth inside there, you know. Yeah, and it last night.
Hold on a moment for me.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is 11:45.
Ladies, how much would you pay to keep your car and content secure? With Assist Accident Scene Response, breakdown service, and a tracking system that can locate your car and contents if they're stolen, you're paying no more than your normal premium. Conditions apply. Call British Caribbean Insurance Company to find out more about Lady Max, a security-focused, comprehensive motor insurance policy for lady drivers. Lady Max, another first from BCIC.
The original taste. Everybody come here. The original taste we love. Most famous, most favorite, most water radio. That's the taste of tasty. Jamaica loves tasty. Tasty loves Jamaica. Come, savor the flavor, fresh debate. The original taste we love. Tasty. The original taste. Come, savor the flavor, fresh debate. Tasty. The original taste. Tasty.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back on land. Hello?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Perkins. So this is one of the reasons why I call when I hear the man talk about the housing trust. Because looking, it appears as if him don't like Mr. Golden. But whether he know it or not, when Mr. Golden get in power, I'm going to see this country. I'm going to see Mr. Golden act. Because I know that Mr. Golden would never take so much $1 million and take it and build a stadium for you and go open over there. He would never do that.
Well,
and
I
have
hope not.
better things.
But look here, sir. One of the things about the housing trust, you see,
Yeah.
the housing trust is about providing some means to make sort of welfare program. It's a welfare program.
Yeah.
Right, to help out people who can't help themselves.
Yes.
Now, wouldn't the country have been better off had we concentrated not upon subsidizing poverty, but upon enabling people to lift themselves out of poverty?
Yes.
Suppose the approach of the government had been to develop the country to the point where we could have full employment, right?
Yeah.
Where every man and woman could find a job out there, a reasonably decent job, where they had education and training, and people could have decent jobs, paying them reasonably well, right? So that they private companies now, right, would go into the business of building houses, and people could afford to take those houses on mortgage.
Of course.
Am I right?
Of course. You know.
Instead of which, the idea is that you keep people pauperized, right? And you the few that are a little better off than the mass of them, you're going to subsidize houses for them and make them feel good and vote for you and all this kind of thing.
You know, the housing trust, Mr. Perkins, according to how it's said, I believe that they should have run the thing according to the person's salary. You understand what I mean? You have poorer people who do domestic work and so on. You should have a program set up for them in a way that them can also benefit from it too, if it's so be the case. You understand what I mean?
But they can't benefit from it, sir, because they're not making the kind of money that would enable them to pay for the house.
You know? And I look and see this place build no housing trust, buy land, that is a land where them have there now. Should have build up houses and it and for people so them
there you are.
Now and build a stadium.
For the build stadium.
You understand what I mean? I shocked last night when I hear the man talk, and the man said that they're contemplating because they don't know who's going to take it over. Some people say them not take it over, some other firms say they not take it, and I just saw it going. You understand what I mean? So quite likely it just went stay there and just probably some flood time or that they make people there or something like that.
Yes, you know.
You understand what I mean? Yeah, this thing not set up right, man. But I go and tell that man, I'm going to see Mr. Golden, man. Mr. Golden going to bring this country to, whether I know it or not. Mr. Golden, I know some of the way don't know how money spent. Sister P can't spend money. She don't know money. Money come to her. She don't know how to spend money. So he will just take it and just fly, just do just foolishness. You understand what I mean?
All right, sir.
Second thing that him do.
Thank you very much.
You understand?
All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, morning.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Okay, good afternoon, if that is where you
I'm
are.
calling you from Canada.
Eh?
I'm calling you from Canada.
From Canada?
I'm a Jamaican.
Would your voice is dropping, though.
Yes, I'm a Jamaican. And honestly, I think Mr. Golin would do a better job.
You think so?
Prime Minister, yes.
Well, it would be shocking if he did a worse.
He's a good opposition leader. He's a very strong opposition leader. Strong opposition leader. And to tell the truth,
I'm not hearing you very clearly, sir.
Yeah, I said he's a strong.
Would you speak directly into the mouthpiece?
Yes, I'm doing.
Are
you hearing me now?
A little better.
Okay. I said Mr. Golin is a good opposition leader, and I think he would do better once he gets into that high office.
You think so?
Yes, sir. Because I listen to his speech and the things that he said. I read what he says, and he's speaking highly, like he has. He's seen far. He's seen the future, so to speak. Hello?
Yes?
Yes, so I was saying Mr. Golan deserves a chance because this government that is there for all these years, they haven't done anything in the sense to help the people, to motivate them, to uplift them out of the poverty. You know what I'm saying? And talking about charisma and all that, that doesn't put food on table. That doesn't put job. You know, that doesn't make job. That doesn't put money in people's pocket.
No,
Charisma,
one of the things that charisma facilitates is Samfai.
Of course.
Right?
Definitely. It's just like a man who's going around selling you like a sales rep.
Yes.
He's saying things to get you convinced to come out of your pocket.
Boy, he's such a nice man that when him say anything, you can't just, you know.
Yes, he put himself together. He's well groomed and all that.
Yes.
Mr. Golan is a black man. Even though he might be looking brown, but he's a black man anyhow. Look at his hair. He has wool hair. Mr. Golan deserves a chance. He's from the same soil as us. Okay? And I think Jamaica people should wake up.
Well, I don't know that election should be about giving people chances, you know, sir.
No, it's
election is about the people looking about,
yes, but you see, the people is going
looking
to take a
to
chance
secure their own welfare and
but
well-being.
At the same time, they're saying to give Mrs. whosoever a chance.
Well, that's what I hear them saying, but I think that is a load of nonsense.
But the thing is,
right?
She's been there for over all these years, and she hasn't done anything prominently. The
Well,
only thing I know that she sent someone to prison about farm work program. That's just about it. But the real thing, the real issue for the future of our kids and all the rest of Jamaican people, we have to focus on somebody who's have a brighter vision, somebody who can see down the road. You know what I'm saying? And right now, the people them should realize and wake up and say, hey, we have this, we've been suffering too long.
Yes.
We need jobs, you know? We need to live a better life.
And it seems to me that the problem that Sister P faces is that she has had a year as Prime Minister, time to demonstrate to the people of Jamaica, not to solve all the problems of Jamaica, but to demonstrate to the people of Jamaica why they should give her a 5-year term.
True.
Right?
So true. And
her performance as Prime Minister should give an clear idea of what she would do if she had 5 years.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
I don't think she has used that time well.
To bring this to the people and show them, say, hey, look, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I can do.
Yeah.
All right? It doesn't make sense she come there, sitting there, hoping to get her pension, staying there, and at the same time, she's not doing anything to help the people, to uplift the people out of their poverty. Right now, people in Jamaica are suffering, as far as I can understand. All right?
Yes.
Back then, in the 80s, things was a little easier. Look at the dollar. The dollar is 60 to 1 Canadian, right?
Is what?
That's the dollar. The Canadian dollar is 60 to 1 Jamaican dollar, right? You take, if I bring $1,000 there now, I get $60,000. At the same time, it sounds like a lot, but it doesn't help because as you quint, inflation heats it away, right?
Yes.
And even at the same time, for me to send money to take care of issues there, I have to put out more because, yeah, the dollar may sound big, but at the same time, when you send the money, whatever you used to buy, the price has gone up.
It's gone up, yes.
So even when I send the money, it doesn't mean that much. You know what I'm saying? We need to take a change. Changes is good. Changes is always good. You know what I'm saying? And we need to get a change. People of Jamaica, wake up. You need a change. Come out of your sleep and slumber.
Well, you know, sir, people must understand that progress and change are inextricably linked. You can't have progress without change.
True.
Right?
But
now, that doesn't necessarily mean change of the governing party. Right? But then if the party in power that has been in office for the last 18 years cannot tell us that it has changed its thinking and that we cannot give us some reason to believe that if given another 5 years, it will behave in some radically different way from the way it has behaved over the last 18. Then I don't think that we can expect progress from that.
Well, I'm telling you the truth, sir. It's on the ground here. A lot of people saying that if PNP, if the People's National Party was to win again,
that it was what?
It's going to come back to Jamaica.
It was what?
A lot of people here are saying that if the People's National Party was to win again, they will not come back to Jamaica.
Oh.
Yes. We would love to see the good old days, you know what I'm saying? And right now, as far as I read every day, 3 men die over the weekend, another man died here. Of course, if you get a change, the crime will go down, and eventually, as long as people can get jobs. So, Mr. Bruce Golin, I would like to say this to you. You make sure you promise you will get jobs, free education like the way it was, and the way the health service was, because I remember you never used to need any money to get to the Kingston Public Hospital.
Yes.
All you need was that little yellow card.
Yeah.
Okay? And you get your treatment. So, Mr. Golin, it's on you. We're going to give you a chance, and you better come straight. Okay?
All right, sir.
I'm going to listen to you on Perkins, to hear Mr. Perkins criticizing you also. So you better come good, Mr. Golin, because this one is for you. All right? And Mr. Peter Bunting, you can't beat that lady down there. No matter how much money you got.
Yes.
Okay? You can't.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, that brings us to news time. We'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
Melmac Dental Care specializes in amalgam fillings, composite fillings, root canal therapy, periodontal treatment, dentures, crowns, and bridges. Open every day. Call 929-6704. Melmac Dental Care, 10 to 12 Melmac Avenue. The time by Melmac Dental Care is 12 o'clock.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon, I'm Jean-Paul Menu with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. There is a tense situation outside the gates of the Bahia Principe Hotel in Runaway Bay, St. Anne at this hour. Since this morning, the workers have been protesting, demanding the immediate disbursement of overtime and gratuity payments. Gleaner Power 106 News correspondent Devin Evans is on the scene, and we now join him for more in this report. Devin.
Most of the over 600 workers walked off the job this morning, demanding the immediate payment of overtime and gratuity allowances. The workers claim that since the hotel opened on January 23 this year, they have not received any overtime or gratuity pay, and that they have run out of patience.
They said we must work from 8 to 3:40. After that hour, sometime we are here until 8 o'clock, and we don't get any overtime. We work right back until Sundays, and Saturdays and Sundays we're supposed to get extra money. We're not getting that. The money that they pay us $7,000 every fortnight. We get that every 2 weeks. And tax come out of the money. They said that it's $16,000 in a month.
The situation became tense when the workers used their bodies to block the main entrance to the property, preventing busloads of visitors from entering. The police had used tear gas to disperse them. However, they have since regrouped outside the hotel entrance, where they are continuing to make their demand. In the meantime, the situation is said to be having a serious effect on the operation of the hotel, as it is understood that only a skeleton staff comprising management and supervisory personnel are manning hotel operation. Several busloads of visitors are also seen leaving the property, with guests trying to find accommodation elsewhere. This is Devon Evans reporting from the Bahia Principe Hotel in Runaway Bay for the Gleaners Power 106 News.
Thanks, Devin. Meanwhile, JLP spokesman on tourism Ed Bartlett arrived on the scene of the protest a short while ago. It's reported that Mr. Bartlett had a brief discussion with the protesting workers before he went inside the hotel to meet with management personnel. Mr. Bartlett appealed to the protesters to remain calm and await the outcome of that meeting. Local Government Minister Dean Peart says he will not apologize for comments he made suggesting that there is impropriety at the Manchester Parish Council. Jamaica Labour Party councillors are reportedly angry about the statements which were made by Mr. Peart at a recent PNP divisional meeting in Mile Gully, Manchester. The councillors have demanded that Mr. Peart provide details to support his allegations or apologise for his statements. But Mr. Peart says he has evidence that there have been incidences of improper conduct at the parish council. As a result, he says a technical audit has been ordered.
I would not have made a statement if I didn't have supporting documentation. I have problems with the parish council. I called in the secretary manager, the superintendent and the financial controller and made it clear to them exactly what are the problems I'm having. And as a matter of fact, what I've asked them also to send into the ministry on a month-by-month basis all work that they have done. And I'm going to do a technical audit of the parish council every month.
Local Government Minister Dean Peart. The People's National Party moves its campaigning activities into St. Mary this evening. The party's Region 2 has scheduled a rally for the Anoto Bay Square. PNP spokesman Christopher Castriota says the rally will be held in honor of party president Portia Simpson-Miller, who is the main speaker for the event. On Tuesday, Mrs. Simpson-Miller led a tour of the Southeast St. Andrew constituency of Region 3 to boost support for incumbent MP Maxine Henry Wilson. President of the Jamaica Gasoline Retailers Association, the JGRA, Errol Edwards, is claiming that the deregulation of marketing companies within the industry is significantly affecting retailers. According to Mr. Edwards, there is a sharp difference in the prices at which marketing companies sell petroleum products to the retailers. As a result, he says some retailers have to sell gasoline to customers at higher than normal rates to remain viable.
I'm telling you about the same marketing company, the price, the same date, and a same trip of road. One product is retailed to retailer A, $46.87. A mile up the road, it's sold to retailer B at $50.49. Now, what is going to happen to that retailer who has to buy it at $50? Can't you see that they are pushing that man out of business?
JGRA President Errol Edwards speaking this morning on Independent Talk on Power 106. He's calling for the government to immediately implement a legislative framework for gasoline marketing companies. Members of an oversight committee responsible for the implementation of the recommendations of a job evaluation survey at the Jamaica Public Service Company, the JPS, are meeting at this hour to finalize that process. The committee comprises representatives from the JPS and the 4 unions which represent the workers. President Emeritus of the National Workers Union, Clive Dobson, says certain technical issues are to be discussed in detail at today's meeting.
These are things like the category of workers we're dealing with, their current salaries, and what the salary was at the time of devaluation in 2002, and a number of other issues. Workers who have left the company since then, the date that they left, so that we can do the necessary adjustment for what they are entitled to.
President Emeritus of the National Workers Union, Clive Dobson. Earlier this month, scores of unionized workers at the JPS protested in several parishes. The unions claimed that the company was planning to ignore a Court of Appeal ruling which had ordered that it abide by a 2003 salary structure outlined by the Industrial Disputes Tribunal. The company has since declared that it is in fact committed to ensuring an early implementation of that salary structure. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 FM. The time is now 7 minutes after 12. The Jamaica Teachers Association, the JTA, is concerned about a directive from the Education Ministry that the Grade 4 literacy intervention be implemented by this June. The association says schools were not given adequate notice in order to make the necessary arrangements. According to the JTA, the implementation of the Grade 4 literacy intervention by June would affect other activities that have been planned for the end of the academic year. The association says the ministry should show greater respect to school administrations by giving adequate notice when changes are to be implemented. In regional news, Secretary General of the Caribbean Tourism Organization, the CTO, Vincent Vanderpool Wallace, says high airfares to travel to the region are negatively impacting on the Caribbean's tourism sector. And the Director General of the Caribbean Hotel Association, Alex Sanguinetti, agrees. But Chairman of Liat Airlines, Gene Holder, says the comments are absurd. According to Mr. Holder, the airfares to the region are competitive. But the CTO is insisting that airfares within the Caribbean do not compare favorably with the costs of travel to destinations in other markets. More than 300 tourism representatives are now in the Cayman Islands attending a regional conference. Several regional governments have expressed opposition to a decision by Barbadian authorities for in-transit airline passengers to pay a departure tax. The tax, which was recently increased to $30, is included in the price of the airline tickets. Parliamentary Secretary in the Barbados Tourism Ministry, Senator Ruddy Grant, says the government has received several complaints about the new departure tax for all passengers passing through the Grantley Adams International Airport. Senator Grant says discussions are being conducted with a view to making in-transit passengers exempt. CARICOM's lead Prime Minister on Air and Transportation, Dr. Ralph Gonsalves, complained that fluctuating regional taxes on airline tickets was one of the factors contributing to high airfares. International news, United States President George W. Bush has announced that this summer will be a critical time for his Iraq strategy as Congress is poised to vote on a new war spending bill. He says once reinforcements are in place in mid-June, he expects heavy fighting. According to Mr. Bush, there will be more American and Iraqi casualties, and support must be given to provide troops with the funds and resources that they will need. The House of Representatives and the Senate are to vote on the draft war spending bill later on today. Finally, in international news, France has unveiled plans to offer incentives to more immigrants, especially those from Africa, to return home. New Immigration Minister Brice Hortefeux said a family with 2 children would be paid €6,000 or 4,068 British pounds to return to their country. France was hit by a series of riots in several suburbs in 2005. According to a 2004 census, France is home to about 2 million immigrants from North and Sub-Saharan Africa. And those were the stories making midday news on Power 106 FM. Your midday sports report is next.
Powerful and credible. Power 106 FM Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM. We start with cricket. West Indies batsman Shivnarayan Chandapal has moved up a spot in the player rankings for test batsmen. Chandapal's first innings score of 74 in the first test against England at Lord's has put him at 19th place in the table. He's the only regional batsman in the top 20. Below him are Chris Gale on 25, Dwayne Bravo on 37, Darren Ganga 49, and Dinesh Ramdin 57. Fast bowler Corey Collymore has also moved upwards. Collymore, who captured 4 wickets in the drawn Lord's match, is up 1 place to 10th. He's the only regional bowler in the top 20. Regional bowler, that is, in the top 20. Meanwhile, West Indies coach David Moore says his side must produce quality back-to-back displays against England when the second test starts tomorrow. The touring Caribbean side battled courageously in the first test at Lord's last weekend to secure that draw. Moore says the key for success against England in the test series will be consistency. He further says the team's training commitment has been excellent ahead of the second test. Percy Sohn, the president of the International Cricket Council, the ICC, remains critically ill in an intensive care unit in Cape Town. According to a report in today's Times newspaper in South Africa, doctors said there was little hope that he would survive. The 57-year-old Sohn succeeded Ehsan Mani at the helm of the ICC in June 2006. Football, Jamaica's senior football team will stage its first training session at Brancourt in Clarendon this Saturday in preparation for a friendly international against Chile. The game will be played at the National Stadium on Tuesday, June 5. Technical Director Velibor Bora Milutinovic has named 5 overseas-based players in a squad of 24. However, with only 2 days before the first training session, only Ricardo Fuller of English Championship side Stoke City is in the island. Team manager Howard Bell says it's not clear if the remaining overseas-based players will arrive for Saturday's training. The squad will leave for Clarendon tomorrow. Eastern Confederation champion St. George's and their Central Jamaica counterpart Sporting Central took over leadership of the 4-team Ray and Nephew National Premier League playoffs yesterday. St. George's handed first-round leaders Granville a 1-0 defeat at the Catherine Hall Stadium in Montego Bay. At Brancourt in Clarendon, Sporting Central blanked Police National 2-0. As a result of yesterday's victory, St. George's and Sporting Central are locked atop the standings on 4 points each, followed by Western champions Granville on 3. The top 2 teams will advance to the National Premier League. Trinidad and Tobago's national defender Brent Sancho has called on Football Federation President Oliver Camps to set a date for a meeting to discuss the current impasse in local football. Sancho is among several members of the Soca Warriors World Cup team who have refused to take part in next month's Gold Cup tournament in the United States. The players are protesting the Federation's failure to fully compensate the team for its efforts in Germany. The players are arguing that they were promised cash rewards by Special Advisor and FIFA Vice President Austin Jack Warner. However, the players say they were only offered close to $5,000 by the local federation, which they refused. They have taken legal action against the federation, resulting in them being omitted from national selection. Table tennis. The Jamaica Table Tennis Association will on Friday launch a primary and all-age school competition. The launch of the competition will take the form of a one-day rally which will be held at Pembroke Hall Community Centre beginning at 9 a.m. 2 schools in Harbourview Primary and St. Mary All-Age have been confirmed for the team event tomorrow. 5 boys and 2 girls will represent a team. Finally, horse racing. Jamaican jockey Winston Thompson shot into a 2-way tie at the top of the Suffolk Downs jockey standings when he collected a triple on yesterday's midweek program. Thompson, the reigning champion jockey, drew level with Tammy Piermarini on 10 wins at the top of the table. And that's your midday sports report on Power 106 FM. The midday weather report is next.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
Time now for your midday weather report. The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a mid-level trough across the island. This afternoon, expect partly cloudy conditions with isolated showers mainly over northern parishes. Tonight will be mainly fair. Tomorrow and into the weekend, expect mainly sunny mornings, becoming partly cloudy in the afternoons with isolated showers mainly over hilly areas. That's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center.
Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carvis Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carvis Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, here are the main points. Massive protests now on over overtime and gratuity payments at the Bahia Principe Hotel in St. Anne bring operations to a halt. Members of the management team are now meeting with a view to resolving the issue. Local Government Minister Dean Peart says he will not apologize for comments he made, suggesting that there is impropriety at the Manchester Parish Council. People's National Party moves its campaigning activities into St. Mary this evening. The JGRA claims that the deregulation of marketing companies within the industry is significantly affecting retailers. Internationally, U.S. President George W. Bush warns that this summer will be a critical time for his Iraq strategy as Congress is poised to vote on a new war spending bill. And in sports, Shivnarine Shandapal moves up to 19th position in rankings for Test cricket batsmen. That's your midday news, sports, and weather report on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be Headline News at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Jean-Paul Menou.
Everything you think you know about pickup trucks. Mitsubishi Motors introduces the all-new, totally redesigned L200 pickup. Forward-thinking style and a tradition of rugged performance in a range of four-wheel drive, two-wheel drive, double and single cab models. The all-new Mitsubishi L200 and L200 Sportero, available now at Motor Sales. The L200 excitement unleashed.
Nasty, troublesome cough. Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia. Cough medicine with clout.
Now there's a remedy you can rely on for troublesome cough and blocked, stuffy nose. Cavonia. Mentholated cough mixture. Nighttime formula. Bronchial balsam and throat spray. Blocked, stuffy nose. Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia. Made in England by Thornton and Ross and distributed by Medimpex Jamaica Limited.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. We go directly to our callers. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkin, and how are you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
Well, giving God thanks for another day.
Another day?
Yes, another day. I have to just live it one day at a time.
Which one of us does not?
Mr. Perkin. Terrible, eh?
Mm.
Mr. Perkin, I called to talk to you this morning about the housing trust.
Yes.
Last night I saw it on the television wherein they said it was initiated, the housing trust was started by Mr. Michael Manley.
Yes.
But that program, Mr. Perkins, I don't see where it is much useful to people per se. Because when I listened to the Prime Minister say that she raised the money to 3.5 million, then how much would you have to earn to can get that 3.5 million?
Well, you would have to be earning enough to service that debt.
So when you say 3.5 million, you have to be earning at least, a person who is earning like $6,000 a week cannot get that money, sir.
$6,000 a week. I'm not sure. I'd have to find out what the interest rate is. The interest rate is what? Down to something like 3%?
Because I was simply calculating that, because how would you
I don't know. I have
finance
to
such a
find
money, 3.5 to buy a house, and that she has increased it?
Yes, you'd have to be earning enough to service all your family needs. And
but I would appreciate if you could tell us what is your basic earning salary could be to obtain that money.
Yeah.
And if Mr. Manley name should go on that, because I just see the PMP just go into that money and borrow to put towards education, they said, and to do this with the money, right? When people really need place to live, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
So
but look here, Mom.
Yes, sir.
The way for people to have place to live, right, is to develop the economy, right?
Yes, sir.
To develop your educational system, provide your workforce with good education and training, right?
Yes, I believe.
Have a lot of investment flowing into the economy, right?
Yes, sir.
Creating a demand for labor and working towards the possibility of full employment.
I believe so, sir.
And then the people who are now helping to create wealth and earning all this money, they would be looking for houses, for
the more
good,
people
nice
work,
houses.
so the more the housing trust will get money, right, sir?
Well, I'm not sure that you need a housing trust at that point.
Right. What I said.
Because private developers will be out there developing housing schemes and whatever.
Yes.
Right, building houses.
I believe.
And people would have the means of buying these houses for themselves.
Yes.
Right?
So what is in the
And all of that, of course, would be adding to the economy.
And we'd have a boom in the economy, sir.
Yes.
And I think we'd have less crime. Because when so many people work in there, you have so much idleness, sir.
Yes.
And then that, Mr. Perkins, the Prime Minister need to tell us what is in it there. She said for children under the age of 18 years old, gonna receive all medical free. That means a young girl who got pregnant to do an operation and so at the Jubilee Hospital, she will be taken care of as well, right?
Yes.
Because I hear the Minister of Health stuttered on that one when they asked him. There's a lot of things to revise about it, and since then we haven't heard nobody come out and tell us what. And the 28th is coming, so next week, and we don't know in what category and what will they get from what area they can get from, right? And that is a part of it. If a 16-year-old get pregnant and she go to Jubilee to have baby, that means she mustn't pay no money at all then, because she's under 18. Now, say go, Mr. Perkins. She said everybody under 18. Now, say go.
Sounds like that.
But here is this person talking about they want some help in the paper. In the news, I was listening one of the programs this morning and said this child, Mr. Ronnie Tweed, I think he was the one who said this person want help to save the life.
To do what?
To save the person's life, the
Yes.
child's life.
Yes.
I don't remember what they said really wrong. So the government can't help that child?
Well, you know, Mom.
Because the 28 not come yet?
Yes, it's awful.
It's awful, Mr. Perkins. Another thing on the health sector, Mr. Perkins, how is it that some people, a lady want to go on the dialysis machine for the kidney thing there, and they say somebody have to die before she can get on the program?
Yes.
So we have a lot of people dying.
And then if somebody does die, it doesn't follow that she will get on the program.
She'll be the next in
because
line.
somebody else might get on it.
Exactly.
Right?
So we need all these machines in the country, sir. So we need them to talk about things like these to help people, suffering people, and stop wasting all these money, because that stadium money could have buy a whole machine, you know, sir.
Well, all that is true. But what that stadium thing demonstrates is the propensity of government to spend money on what we might question whether, there really are the essential things that they should be spending money on.
But Mr. Perkins, the stadium built and put down there like a piece of looking glass. And it has to be maintained for $2 million per month, Mr. Perkins. Who is going to find that $2 million?
$24 million a year, right?
$24 million, Mr. Perkins. What thing that money, Mr. Perkins? It's a really laughing matter, Mr. Perkins.
Well, if you don't laugh, let me tell you something. When you encounter things like this, if you don't laugh, what's going to happen to you?
Well, Mr. Perkins, maybe end up with high blood pressure like myself, sir. Yes, because Mr. Perkins, say if you are going to the hospital the other day, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
And before I was operated on, I had to buy pain injection before I could do the operation.
Yes.
The doctor had to say the injection before I could take the operation because I'm going to need it as I come out for the pain. You think I'm something like Mr. Perkins? Suppose I never have the money to buy it, Mr. Perkins?
Then no, you couldn't have the operation.
You understand what I said, Mr. Perkins? A serious something happened in Jamaica,
Yes.
Serious something happening in Jamaica, Mr. Perkins. The health sector is deteriorating more and more and more and more.
Yes.
And the Prime Minister going around and people talking about charisma.
And people like Mr. Bill Johnson are asking us to believe.
Mr. Bill Johnson don't come from Jamaica. He's well-bred, Mr. Perkins. Mr. Bill Johnson know what people out there suffer feel. He can't say just about anything.
Well,
he's employed to tell lies. So what it's from him. He's employed to tell lies.
Who?
Mr. Perkins. I don't think I am making the mistake,
No.
And I think the media will be making the mistake and
yes.
not me.
All right, Mom.
My mother say, he go pass my exam because me have brain poor. Mother's poor patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Paw Patchy is
12:30.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Education's important to me.
From GSAT to my master's degree, Scotia Bank has the plan for me.
Time flies. Open a Scotia Education Savings or Scotia Education Wealth Plan for your child today. Then watch it grow as fast as they do. The Scotia Education Savings or Wealth Plan also offers scholarships and bursaries annually. Call or visit any Scotiabank branch for details and start your plan today.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family, even your plate. Get value for your money, top quality, great taste. Find food for your family, even your plate.
E-Foods, lots of nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Find food for your family, even your plate.
E, the first family of fine foods.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, Mrs. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
How are you?
Not too bad.
I called you on one issue, and it was as a result of a discussion I heard on an early morning program this morning with MP Charles and his opponent.
Uh-huh.
And his opponent was trying to accuse, or he had accused Mr. Charles of not getting a lot done in the constituency, which was the result of poor representation.
Uh-huh. Mr. Charles' opponent.
Yes, that's Mr. Charles' opponent.
This is Mr. Pernell Charles.
Yes, Mr. Pernell Charles. His opponent was saying that the reason why a lot of what Mr. Charles would like to have done, not done, was simply because of poor representation.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
So the government had the money to give him to do all these things?
Yes.
I see. Then why is it
but
that they've
because
done...
Mr. Charles did not really made representation for it, then that's the reason why his constituents is somewhat suffering.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, and I listened it, and the host of the program entertained it. They did not stop Mr. Charles' opponent in his track and said, oh, no. They're not like that. There's no money put down for Mr. Charles' constituency and awaiting Mr. Charles to submit written representation for those funds to be dispersed into those areas.
Yes.
And, I'm saying, we have a lot of journalists in this country who are somewhat misleading, and I consider them very, 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 inappropriate for a radio program. And they are worse than this current administration.
Well, all you have to do is not listen to them.
Sometimes you have to listen to them so that you can use other programs to really speak about these oaths. And as a matter of fact, I am an elected representative of the Jamaica Labour Party.
You are?
Yes, I am. And I have written a lot of the government agencies, making requests for things to be looked at and being dealt with within my division. And the only agency, and I said only, meaning only agency that responded to any request coming from me is the National Work Agency.
So you have decent roads in your division?
Not really decent roads, but at least, most of the main roads within my divisions are being dealt with. And I would not come on national airwave and try to be disingenuous against the National Work Agency. But when I look at rural electrification program, I have been writing REP from before I was elected as a councillor. Starting from as early, as the time when I was out there on the ground campaigning.
Yes.
And to date, I have not received a single response from the National Work Agency, from the Rural Electrification Program, to say that they acknowledge receipt of my letters. And all of my letters, Mr. Perkins, every single representation to REP, I personally hand-delivered it.
Yes.
So not to say that I will say, oh hell, it might have got stuck somewhere in the mailing system. I drove down to REP at 113 Washington Boulevard and have it been signed for by one of the officers at the gate. So, I am quite sure, even as a matter of fact, with all government agencies, I don't mail letters. I take them there.
Let me ask you something. Since you brought up this issue of the rural electrification program, are people in these rural areas, much as I'm sure that they would wish to have electricity in their houses, are they going to be able to pay for it at the levels of cost?
I must tell you, there are some communities that can. That can. Because even yesterday, one of my Labor Day projects was in a community that I know that they can. But everybody has to, when they look up, it almost looks like a bee's hive. Not that they're stealing electricity, but everybody has to run their 220 and their 110 line over 200-300 meters to get to the main connection. And then, on this light pole, you will see 40-50 meters. And I'm speaking of, residents that can afford to pay for utility bill.
Yes.
And I've been making strong representations.
And it's going to cost them to run the wires that length of over that distance.
Of course, it's a high cost to these residents.
Yes.
And also, one of the things that a lot of these communities suffer from is no street lamps. Because the service is not being extended by the company. Then as a result of that, then if somebody need a light at his or her gate, then that person would have to put up a very small bulb that can only give you maybe a vision of about.
Well, sir, I ask you this question because in my mind, what we really need to do in Jamaica is to develop the economy in a way that will make it possible for people in rural areas all over the country to earn decent incomes, to be able to provide themselves with a decent quality of life.
We're looking at it from the same page. But some of these services that communities need has to be done by some agency of the state.
Well, possibly, but the fact of the matter is that there are going to be large numbers of people in rural and in urban areas who can't pay those bills because they're not earning the means of paying for them.
And again, I'll tell you that both of us are seeing it from the same page. But what about communities that can?
Well, communities that can, fine, but I mean, we can't just forget the communities that can't.
Yeah, fine.
And one of the problems that we are having, even in urban areas, is this business of people attaching wires, right, in order to get electricity, to steal, in effect, to steal electricity, because they can't pay for it.
But I would really, I know that your program is somewhat different from maybe the morning program where they'll have representatives from some of these agencies that sits out there around a table with them and they discuss issues. I know your program is somewhat different, but I would really and truly like you at some stage in your life, Mr. Perkins, and in a very early stage of your life too, to try and see if we could get some representative from REP, Rural Electrification Program, to be on your program, because the last time, sometime last year, when they had a release in the paper, they had stated that they have actually extended service, to more than 98 and 90s, in the high 90s within the country, and it was like about a single-digit amount of community that are still yet to be served.
Yes.
But I am using my polling division, my polling division as a benchmark, and there are more than 10 communities that have been making strong representation for the service to be extended to those communities, and I've been doing that before I was elected as a councillor, and to date I'm still doing that. So I am wondering, and I know that I'm only looking at one division within the constituency, and there are many other divisions within the constituency that has communities that are still,
and many other divisions within constituencies in other parishes all over the island.
All over the island.
Yes.
So the last time I got a word out of REP General Manager, what he told me that the only resources that they have to work with, and that was sometime about 2 years ago, was just to pay admin costs.
Admin cost,
Mr. Perkins.
So hold on a little bit. So the country is incurring the cost of keeping this organization in place, paying the manager and paying the staff, and they have no money to do anything else.
No money to do nothing. Nothing.
There must be.
And that is the reason. And that is the reason. Whenever I write them, they try not to respond.
Yes.
Because
they must be all good comrades then.
Well, I'm not afraid to say yes. I believe that they are good comrades because
I see.
I write a general manager of a government agency, and you fail to respond to me as a people elected representative. You failed, I have not received a single letter. So even when I go to these communities and said I have been making strong representation, I have written several letters, I have nothing to show them that it is true, because anybody overnight can.
But on the other hand, the people in that department, sir, is no point in them writing you letters because they can't really respond in any real way to what you have raised.
Say I acknowledge receipt of your letters and your concerns, because Mr. Perkins, if you send me out to do a job for you, and the only thing that I can bring back to prove that I did that job is something from that person to say, yes, I have received whatever Mr. Perkins had sent you out to do. And when I returned to you, I said, so where's the evidence? I have nothing to show you. Then when I go back to my constituents and said, yes, I have been doing this on your behalf, and the only thing that I can show is the letters that I wrote, then people look at me and say, hey, he's lying. And I refer that back to the discussion that I heard this morning with that gentleman and Mr. Charles.
But that would be very convenient for the interests represented elsewhere,
Because, you know, they do not respond to especially the Jamaica Labour Party candidates. Because I am one person, Mr. Perkins, I write a lot. Anything that I go there and I see my division, boop, I pull my camera, I shoot photographs, and I attach it to a letter and I send it off to the different agencies. But the only agency, and I will not vex, that responded both tangible and otherwise is a National Work Agency. No other one.
Good for them. Congratulations to them.
Yes, and I have to say that, you know, at least the management there is somewhat very, very strong.
Yes.
And when I call even the parish manager on his cell phone, he will take my call even at the wee hours of the night. No other. I was very, very upset this morning, especially when I heard that gentleman, you know, although I'm not living in Mr. Charles' constituency, but I know that he faces the same problem like the one that I'm actually crying out about.
All right, sir.
Have a great day,
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Hi, how are you doing?
Well, not bad, sir.
Good.
Mr. Perkins, I have to call you. And throughout the world, what kind of paint they use on pedestrian crossing?
And what?
What kind of paint?
Pedestrians crossing.
Yes.
Yellow paint, I hear.
You get it already.
A matter of fact, I hear the paint. There was a minister with the paint brush in him, man. Hold on 1 minute.
Employers, remember you have a responsibility to submit your annual returns for 2006. Ensure that you include the correct name, TRN and NIS number of each employee. Submit your NHD annual returns now. The time by the NHD is 12:45.
We know your Ford like no one else does. Because at KIG, we are the Ford experts. Experienced technicians with direct online links to the manufacturers who can diagnose your problem right at the factory. Plus, we stock the widest inventory of genuine Ford parts. So if you drive a Ford, trust your vehicle only to the experts. KIG, we keep you driving.
Is a coming.
Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome, Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
Thank you very much. We're back here online.
Yes, Mr.
Yes, sir. I hear a minister was there with the paintbrush in his hand painting away.
Well, you know, Mr. Minister, would you realize the Minister of Justice were there painting them yellow paint
the Minister of Justice.
the white
Hold on.
mark?
The Minister of Justice?
Mr. Peter Philip may talk.
Well, he's Minister of National Security.
Yes.
Yes.
Would you realize that he indulged in a lower blow by punching that lower blow?
Well, you know, so you have to be understanding, right? I suppose that it could be argued that the only thing that Sister P has brought to the table, the major thing that she has brought to the table in her time as party leader and prime minister is the color yellow.
Well,
and I think that, coming up as we are to the election, Dr. Phillips would have a duty to his party to demonstrate his loyalty to the leader. And,
Well, me put it better than this.
Uh-huh.
When you put
Where was this? On the Red Hills Road?
When you put up green flag or yellow flag on like even the light post, the ombudsman order it to be taken down.
Yes.
Well, I want you to help me to call upon Haring Shirt Ombudsman to order.
Ombudsman don't wear orange shirts, huh?
I talk, Mr. Perkins. You never see me the other night on the program.
From which program?
On the program when they call him about the argument that he did say.
Uh-huh.
Well.
And the mother on the orange shirt?
The orange shirt, man.
Anyway. No, I gathered somebody has been telling me that the television stations are
Mr. Alderi and Samuel.
Yes?
Yeah. And yeah, the ombudsman have the right to say it to Dr. Peter Phillips, send his man and go back but paint it out for his wife. Did you realize the white? It helps even the blind person.
Visibility, yes.
With him stick to cross.
Uh-huh.
And the Minister of Security could indulge himself in that was stoop down in the sun and the paint also.
Where was this, sir?
That is, alright, you see as you left Red Hill Road and,
yes.
And Cheshire Park Road, it's
yes.
a roundabout, and come down, going to Halfway Tree. Before you hit the Dunrabin Primary. That school class is for them children that go to Dunrabin Primary. And the whole facility at the ghetto and the big shot and whatsoever use as pedestrian crossing. At our meeting, Citizenship Association,
yes,
I have over 20 odd requests making it to get a street light there for the pedestrian crossing. And nobody said check them about it. But them go now with a yellow paint to paint out the white mark.
I heard about that.
Sir?
I heard about that.
Well, sir, who tell you they're not telling you lie?
A good friend of mine called me last night, sir, and told me about it.
So, how can a man be a Minister of Justice and going towards thing? That means he don't care for the poor sick people them and its poor children them.
Well, I don't know.
But when a man, what's that? When a man
he's not
dies,
Minister of Justice, he's Minister of National Security.
White is what then use on pedestrian cross
yes, but maybe,
over the universe.
Maybe in fairness, he didn't realize he was using yellow paint.
But it's a very low blow anyhow. Then Mr. Perkins.
Yes. I wonder whom it was that gave it to him to paint.
Probably impacted by it. Then, Mr. Perkins, I hope you call the ombudsman about it so you can get him in.
Well, I don't know that this is in the province of the ombudsman.
Sir?
I'm not sure that this would be in the province of the ombudsman.
But
I think it would have to do with that same organization we were talking about a while ago, National Works Agency.
But here we come. You remember him those that remember Mountain View?
Yes.
And elsewhere we put up them green flag and them yellow flag. Don't him give order to remove them and they have to remove them?
Well, that's a different matter, yes.
Then, out of the flag and the road, out of the light post and the road, which one necessary more?
Oh, well. Well, if we go in this direction, we may end up with red. With orange paint on the pedestrian crossings.
And the next thing now, Mr. Perkins, when Mr. Charles of Poland, they on radio to speak about poor represented by Colonel Charles. You see, say, man like that, if my creator was like me, as him said the first word, he wouldn't be able to mention the second.
Oh, yes?
What do you want me? You're not dead.
You're joking.
So you see, sir, the creator is a good, just man for
Yes.
him leave everything to the dear harvest. For him couldn't give me no power. So if he give me that power, like when he didn't give Joshua, you know, said that man couldn't be alive.
Oh, no, you mustn't say that.
Oh,
You're
you mean
encouraging
then
violence.
don't Joshua have the power to command the sun to still
To stand still?
until him do his work? Then why we wouldn't have we wouldn't use the power to command breath to left him body? Me not go lick him, me not go stone him, me not shoot him, me just look on him and say, death, and him gone.
No, man. You're encouraging other people who don't have the power to say death and him gone to use other means of accomplishing the same end.
Well, if them want to do that, up to them business,
but
me didn't
not
tell
good.
them that.
That's not good for us, son.
Me
Not good
tell
for
them
us.
about power that you get from God. And if the Prime Minister did get send you from God, you know, look on him, one of Poland, and just look on him and he drop down.
So I hear you bought the yellow paint for your house?
Oh, me? If I go buy a car or a truck and you have on that paint, you know, say, and I'm here only buyer, you know, and them are give me 20, half the cost. You know, say I wouldn't want it.
You're serious?
Well, Mr. Perkins, you ever see the thing to them all from people who are so real ugly?
The what?
You ever see them people who take them paint their house? You see how it distressful?
Oh, yes?
Oh, that bad.
Yellow paint?
Mister, look again when you are drive. Look again. On them wall and whole house. As a matter of fact, about some 1,000 house, Missy, now, around that paint.
Yellow paint?
Yeah.
Oh, hell.
So, me don't know what me could have do with that paint. Me know say anywhere you on the road you go, and you see the sidewalk, the edges about yellow, you know say you don't stop there for they will tow you where is no parking. You understand? Me never know what they gone in a road for cross people.
What?
The paint there. Don't when you go you Kingston or town or anywhere you see it on the sidewalk. Hedges. Don't you...
Oh, the yellow paint, yes.
Yes. Don't you have to run faster? If you even sit down in there, I will lift you up with it. Lift you up.
But that is illegal.
Huh?
That would be illegal.
Park there?
If you stop. To park and to stop are two quite different things, as I understand
Yes,
the law.
but Mr. Perkins, could I say this to the public?
Yes.
When you park, it's only when you shut off your engine.
And come out to the
And
car.
come out.
Well, the driver.
Well, if you even have your engine running and you park, you know you will tow away. Fire park, you park.
Oh, is that so?
Then, Mr. Perkins, who the judge believe? The judge believe you?
I don't know, sir. I rather doubt it.
The judge not believe in you. He believe in the officer who order you to be towed away.
I see.
And that's why we drive a car wave then take you away. Me go buy one.
Oh, yes?
Oh, you mean, you think me I take up my 1,000 upon 1,000 go buy car. My car, it must roadworthy. But in that doing, pretty sugaring. And we do wash it off and rub it down and it look shine. Me not have spray none. You understand? And
so anytime they're ready for take it away.
Mr. Perkins, you know what? If you stop me and you see in my car, you think I'm a madman. For me, have all kind of old rogo throwing there for me now give you a drive, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, yes?
No. For if me take you up to give you a drive, me can ask you if you have gun, or cocaine or ganja. So therefore, I do not carry in you.
Yes.
Me alone, when they stop me, me heart no left. You understand, sir? So, let me tell you this. Me no want to carry pretty up on everybody. I beg me a drive, I beg me drop him there. So, me no know where I go, me not go. So, my old car dirty and pack up with all rubber, broom, all kind of thing. So, you can't carry nobody, me full up.
Yes.
You understand, sir? So, my heart no left down way there when the police stop me.
Yes.
And they know me. Only who no come out of depot yet no know me. For them know. Me not indulge in no wrong. And me no in them thing there. Now carry nobody. Me can't search a man beg me a drive.
Yes.
But
and if
you
have gun,
him know me full
I'm going to say you possess gun.
Then me no must start.
Well, that is one of the most unfair pieces of legislation that there is.
Mr. Perkins, you hear where the people them are going to say? The enemy? Yes, me know a long time him a do that.
Oh, yes, man.
Long time he a do what? Innocent. So, me know say me innocent when me alone in it. And when me park, me know if me park and I come out going in the shop.
Yes.
Me lock up tight.
All right.
So nobody can go put nothing in there.
Okay. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Retailers, Advanced Business Solutions is the solution to all your business needs, including point of sales, store fixtures, and display products. Call 906-9965. The time by Advanced Business Solutions is 1 o'clock.
I have no friend, and I'm proud of that. As a family, who want to talk to them there? So this free home phone to home phone calling thing that cable and wireless have on a Sunday is not for me. I don't care that all you have to do is top up your prepaid home phone with $200 or more Monday to Friday to get free calling on a Sunday. I don't have anybody to call. Tell her what that free phone call to waste. No, you know what, my friend? Call me from my home phone. Free Sunday.
Conditions apply.
Cable and wireless, listening to the people.
Did you know that worn shock absorbers could cause accidents? Replace them now with quality units from Universal Shocks Limited, 58 Redhurst Road. Telephone 925-1000. Universal Shocks Limited, your shock and strut specialists, where everyone gets a discount. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon to you.
How are you doing?
Not too bad, thank you.
Congratulations on your wonderful program. I really doesn't know what's going on to that our little country called Jamaica.
I beg your pardon?
Because I wondering what's going on to our little country called Jamaica.
Uh-huh.
It's about high time. I was listening to Cliff Hughes and I think it was a few of them they were discussing about the Jamaican politics.
About what?
The politics. This was on Profile.
Yes.
Sunday we have
Profile.
it up here. Right. And there was John Maxwell was there.
Profile is Ian Boyne.
Well, it was Cliff Hughes.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And John Maxwell was there.
John Maxwell and it was like three. One from the Jamaica Observer.
Mm-hmm.
And they were discussing. These people really think Jamaican people are stupid.
Oh.
Because he was saying Jamaican. He was making a reference to gold. Was
he was what?
He was making a suggestion, like he was saying that Mr. Golden are more permanent in Jamaican politics comparing to Mrs. Simpson Miller, who is for the past at least 10 years, probably at least 8 to 10 years, have been both vice president. Was she deputy prime minister?
Who? Mrs.
Simpson Miller.
No, she wasn't.
She wasn't the vice.
Huh?
Was under Mr. Patterson, who was the vice prime minister?
I don't know that we don't have such an office.
You don't have such an office?
No.
Okay.
But Mrs. Simpson Miller has been a member of the government, a minister of government, in all the years that this government has been in office.
Well, I remember, I don't know if you remember in just about within 96, 97, when Jamaican people was really, I think it was really yearning for a change, when they really, after the bank closed and the high level of crime and such forth.
Yes.
And same in this proceeding when Mr. Golden have left the Jamaica Labour Party, which a lot of people criticize him for. If I'm going to a school and it's not improving my education, ain't I'm going to leave that school and go somewhere where it could improve my education? And if I've seen the school that I used to be improve the curriculum, I'm going to go back.
Yes.
The Jamaican people need to know that nobody born as Pain P and nobody born as JLP. You have a right to move, to vote as a Jamaican. If you're a Jamaican, you're entitled to jump ship anytime you want, where the ideas and which party have taken the country forward.
And the membership of a political party, sir, is not an end in itself.
Right.
The political party is a means to some other end. Right? A means, hopefully, to improve the condition of the country. Right? And to keep it in good order and so on. Right?
Right.
And if I were a member of a political party, and it seemed to me that the political party was not going where I thought it needed to go, then I would have to resign and seek some other horse to ride.
You know, a lot of people, that's why I say a lot of Jamaican people, I listened to one of your callers this morning criticizing Mr. Golden for moving back and forth.
Yeah.
If you are seeking for ideas and a vision for your country and your ability to lead, you have to go wherever it is, wherever
it is going to be, yes, wherever.
Right, let me tell you something, and I'll be honest with you. That's one of my main respect for Mr. Golden through those years of the National Democratic Movement, because he stand out as an individual and he makes his position known, not as a PNP and as a GLP, but as an individual, where his type of leadership vision, where he want to lead and how he would like to lead. And I think that's what that's what should be commended. We need to commend people who come out, like Mr. Hugh Small. That's one of I respect Mr. Hugh Small because he was, and Mr. Clark. I think when he was in those administration, they didn't condone everything. They stand up and whatever they don't agree with, they resign.
Quite true.
You know, and we have to start respect people for taking stand of principle and moral respect. We can't just agree with these people who sit down and uphold regardless of what happening for the party line and the slogan, and while the country and our kids suffer.
Is rotten.
I would like to ask the Prime Minister the same, what type of education, how much he paid for her education that she get when she was growing up.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, I'm listening.
Yeah, I would really like to ask the Prime Minister, and a lot of people who is talking over 30 and over 40, what type of Jamaica they usually grow up? Could they go to the hospital, get health care? Could they go to the school and get decent education? And they could respect their policeman. We need people to really start come out and tell the country where we go wrong, and we need to have the leader all accountable.
Yeah.
We need to stop these petty politics and party. I've seen a poll yesterday and the Jamaican Glean. It was amazing.
A what?
The polls.
Yes.
Polls.
Uh-huh.
Isn't that just calling the Jamaican people stupid? I'm asking Mr. Perkins. I'm going to ask you a question. If I come to you and I ask you, how you think Mr. Perkins is doing a good job? You said no. But then you go ask, who would you like to run Power 106 Perkins and Live? Perkins. Where is the logic? It's not funny, Mr. Perkins. You know why? They go around, and one of the things that I've grown up, and I said, I've grown up in a Jamaica, in a home of that domineering pain. And I've never heard my parents come in and discuss issue of no substance. They discuss is black man time, suey time now, better man. It's always slogans.
Yes.
And the slogans are the issue. And they do these same thing. These polls come out and they manipulate the public, think that Jamaican people are ignorant and stupid. And
well, so one hopes that they're not anywhere near as stupid as they're being represented.
Well, I think they have quite a few, but one thing I'm hoping for, and I'm very, very optimistic, that the young people, and I hope the parents do, sit down with their kids and talk about where Jamaica was and why we fall apart. And it's the next ignorant thing for anybody to blame the Jamaica Labour Party right now for anything. I don't even know why would somebody ask the poll the same thing about Mr. Golding as they would ask about Mrs. Simpson.
Because Mr. Golding has not had the opportunities.
Influence. She could have come out, as I said.
Yes,
she should have made a stand with Mr. Golding, whether she joined him in the National Democratic Movement, because there was an earning for change, constitutional change. There was a lot of different Jamaican people, PNP and JLP, who really want changes that year. And if she stand from that time as the listen, Mr. Party said, we're not going wrong, you got to change course and stand up for principle and in morality, Jamaica we would be on the road to recover now. You agree with me,
I do.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
You know what I mean? But they sit down and they wait, and it's a shame. I'm just hoping Jamaican people ignore these polls, and I don't know where these people get their status from. But they need to really change and really think when they're talk for the interest of the country. Put the issue on hand. Regardless of who is insult, whether PNP or JLP, put the issue. Do the investigation. Educate the Jamaican people with information, not just statistics and all of these baloney. Come on, we got to wake up, man. This is the 21st century. You know, this politics of the 50s and 60s must go. What's going on? I must tell you, I respect Mr. Golding because regardless of diversity, and in any country it's hard to find third party, but he have stand out. It could be a political suicide he have done when he leave the Jamaica Labour Party, and for that I have to respect him because I know where he stand as an individually, not as a party man, but where he stand and where he want to lead and where his leadership stand as an individual, outside of JLP and outside of PNP, but as a Jamaican. And for that, I commend him and I respect him. And I hope Jamaican young people, so not just vote for the Jamaica Labour Party, but after the election, I hope they get into their community, organize with their neighbor, and put the community issue. So whenever there's a next election and these politicians come, they don't manipulate them, but they need to after election, rebuild your your community. Talk to your neighbor where there was PNP and JLP and get the country moving forward. Because until we start to, when these politicians come in and come on platform and talk about all bullshit, nobody asks them no questions. You know what I mean? Nobody asks them. They act like they are the God, and they talk down on people, and then the bullshit people rail. You know what I mean? I don't know, Mr. Perkins. I hope that Jamaica wake up, because it's such a lovely country and a lot of people want to invest here. I have a next quick question for you, Mr.
Yes.
Perkins. Mr. Ronnie Twait, is he in representational politics?
Yes, he is. He's representing the PNP in Central Kingston.
And still using the public airway?
Well, I mean,
when you're going to when you're going to
not the only one, sir.
politics, this is a public airway.
Uh-huh.
You have a platform where we could speak whenever I want to speak. I think that should not allow. I agree there's sometimes you've done a wonderful program with immigration and something, but you can't have people a permanent running for election and have this is not easier. We're not a radio state. That is Jamaican here.
Well, I don't know. He's not by any means the only one who does this. You know.
Then you see some of the problems that we really need to correct in Jamaica. Those are things. Even Miss Simpson, she's running on platform talking about politics and all of these things. And he's spending public money. He's not representing the People's National Party now. If he's going to do that and campaign, she need to call the election, dissolve Parliament, so she could go there and tour and everything that she want to do. The Jamaican people still pay her right now. She owned by the Jamaican people, whether she like it or not.
Uh-huh. Well, I don't know that she's owned by the Jamaican people.
Because I know a lot of callers want to take over. Next, quickly, that I think they need to do in Jamaica too.
All right, sir.
Politicians. I'm one quick trick in a recommendation, Mr. Perkins, before I go, okay? Jamaican journalists need to know that they need to keep a record of these politicians. Background check, everything. They detail from when they birth, who they everything need to come out into the public. And when these politicians go on meeting overseas trips, they need to have a media with them, what they visit, who they visit, where they stay, just like it happened. You can't have these politicians acting like they're public figures. We need to wake up. Young people of Jamaica need to take hold, take your responsibility for your future, make a change now. There's a lot of signs and posts into Jamaica. We need heroes. Rise up, Jamaican.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins.
All the best to you. We take a break. We come back shortly.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time for the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
116.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him looking at the money, him sorry he never have more. Ricky don't matter stop you from do it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maitland, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
Beautify your place with home and things. Liven up your space with home and things. Tiles, bathrooms, pretty things, that's where we specialize. Home and things. Beautiful accessories to thrill your eyes.
Home and Things, a wonderland of beautiful things for the home at rock bottom prices. So, for a home that really sings,
Home and Things.
Beautiful things, beautiful prices.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello?
Yes, good afternoon. Is this Mutty?
Hello, yes, I'm not hearing you very clearly.
Sorry about that. It's Joan Gordon-Webley. How are
Oh,
you?
how are you?
I am very well, thank
Good.
you. And you?
I gather you had a tour in your constituency on Friday?
I think it was Tuesday.
Eh?
Tuesday, I think.
I'm not hearing you very well.
Tuesday.
Speak up.
Sorry, I'm a little bit hoarse. Tuesday. Wasn't it Tuesday?
Yes, on Tuesday.
Right. I'm actually just touching base with you based on some reports that I've been hearing and things that are being bandied around. And whilst I'm trying my very best not to even comment, there comes a time when one has to. One of the things that happened was that I remember, I want to draw your memory back to last year when there was a report that there was some flags mounted along Mountain View Avenue.
Yes.
GLP green flags. And at that time, I called you one afternoon. I called you on the Monday. This was said by the Prime Minister on stage on the Sunday. I called you on the Monday.
Yes.
And I indicated to you that I'm a seasoned politician and I know how things are done and I see how things are set up. And I told you at that time, which, I'm sure you will have your tapes, can always go back to.
Yes.
That this is a charge on the constituency. And it wasn't long after, as a matter of fact, I spoke to it about 1 o'clock. It was about possibly 3 or 4 o'clock that men set up on Jake's Road and shot it up that very day.
And did what?
And shot up Jake's Road on that very day.
Oh, yes.
That's right. I am, again, extremely concerned because of a number of things that is happening. On Tuesday, I deliberately left the constituency because I didn't want to have to encounter any challenges.
Yes.
I went to support my colleague in St. Thomas. When I was in St. Thomas, I heard about the motorcade that had started because I was listening in on the radio in Swallowfield, and I heard the reporter saying that there is more police and soldiers in Swallowfield than PNP supporters.
I've heard that myself.
And immediately I said to one of my colleagues, oh my God, here it comes again. Here it comes again. We are in for a warm time. Even before that, I know that there is no support for the People's National Party. Very little support, as a matter of fact, in the area. And I saw what was going to happen coming. That very Tuesday, as a matter of fact, the Monday, I was called by my friends within the PNP to tell me to be extremely careful because a massive propaganda and slander campaign is going to be launched against me. I laughed and I said, they have already started.
Member of the party told you that?
A member of the PNP. I laughed and I said, oh, they have already started because there are some things that I've heard in the constituency that I'm not about to repeat. But he went on to say to me, I am telling you to be careful. A massive slander campaign of no mean order is coming. So perturbed I was after he had finished speaking to me. And I am not easily perturbed. I'm not someone who's flighty and who jumps after every noise. I called the Ombudsman's office to say to the Ombudsman, this has been given to me right out of the horse's mouth. I was told that the Ombudsman was at a function. I said to the young lady, I said, whenever he gets a break from that function, please ask him to call me. The ombudsman called me back on Monday, and it was while they were having a function downtown. I didn't even know of the function myself. I said to him, this has been brought to me.
Yes, keep your voice up for me. No?
Yes, I have been told that there is a massive campaign to be launched against me, portraying me as being violent, portraying me as this bad woman.
A Jezebel.
Beg your pardon?
A Jezebel.
You're too bad, Mutty. You're too bad. I am asking you, please. I am advising you, please. You know?
Yes.
About what has been passed on to me by good source. He said to me, well, whenever I see any pamphlets or anything come out, I must bring it to him. No, that would be after the fact.
Yes.
And so I am not surprised about what again has been occurring. I listened to a report on the news that has our Prime Minister saying that they have burnt flags and posters, and that tantamount to burning her or something to that effect.
Oh, is that so? I didn't hear that one. But
I am taken aback, as I don't know of my supporters doing any such thing. I have been asking around, and I see a report inside of the newspaper that said...
Well, it has been reported on a number of media.
Right.
But have the police any reports about it?
Well, I am told that the police said they saw a poster burnt, they saw a poster lit on the street, and they saw someone in a green shirt pulling it out of the way. They did not see that individual or any other individual lighting it.
Yes.
But these things are worrisome and troublesome to me. In that I have seen on the television shirts being burnt in Eastern Kingston, PNP burning PNP shirts. I've also seen that happening in St. Anne and in Spanish Town on the television.
Where the PNP
burning
their own. Why?
I hope and trust that.
Why would they be doing that?
I have no idea. Well, it was said that they are fighting against each other in the area.
Oh.
But to move on a little bit, Mr. Perkins, this morning I am told that Minister Henry stated on a program that posters and flags were erected in a public place inside of Woodford Park.
But I thought that this was contrary to the code.
But in her own voice, she admitted to flags and posters being her flags and posters being erected. All right? In a common area, she calls it. Now, I have in front of me a newspaper clipping from the same individual who on the 6th of this month wrote a piece in the Observer that said 65, she went into Woodford Park and she saw 65 flags and GLP graffiti, one of which she displayed in the newspaper. This morning her report says that over a month ago there was a picture that said nearly 100 flags. So she has moved it up to 100, and PNP and GLP graffiti. The very morning of this report, I enlisted the services of a well-known agency and asked them to go through Woodford Park and take pictures. They brought back to me 8 such pictures showing PNP graffiti in Woodford Park, and also one PNP flag that was remaining on a post. Now, what is of grave concern to me is the same lady whom I know to be connected has again come back this morning to speak about the fact that JLP graffiti I noticed that the Observer did not run the PNP graffiti that was there. That can be substantiated. And in fact, is still there. But they continue to speak about GLP graffiti. And the same lady, while in Woodford Park, I noticed this time she didn't get a picture of, according to her, a flag that was burnt. But she speaks about the fact that myself and Mr. Golding was in the area a couple days ago. Mr. Golding and I have not campaigned in that constituency, in this constituency, since last year. But we were in there a couple days ago. And I'm asking myself, when will this attack on me stop? And when is it that the powers that be of this particular Observer paper is going to come into the area and is going to look at what is happening and bring this reporter to book?
Yes. Well, Mom, there's a lot of carelessness in the media. And that carelessness, a lot of it seems to run in one direction, right? You're just going to have to learn to deal with it. I heard this thing about the burning of a flag. When was it? Day before, on Tuesday, no? And I heard it being discussed by Naomi Francis, who was with the team. She was one of the reporters with the tour, going with the Prime Ministerial tour, and or the Prime Minister's tour. She said that she hadn't seen it. She hadn't come across anybody who had, and she had spoken to the police about it, and they, if I remember correctly, they didn't know anything about it.
What is of even greater concern to
Right.
me, Mr. Perkins,
Mhm.
in the same issue this morning, this reporter went on to say, according to the PNP supporter, tension was high in the area. Remember, she's speaking about Woodford Park. Was high in the area as a man was murdered in a drive-by shooting Monday night.
Oh, is that so?
Listen, which PNP supporters claim was politically motivated.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Get the security that comes from the COK Partner Plan. Your money is completely safe and you don't have to pay the banker. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is 1:30.
Oliver.
Paul, me can't stop and talk to you now. Me I got Wendy's go eat some of them brand new double melt burgers.
New double melt burgers?
Yes, man, the bacon Swiss double melt. Make with half pound of beef, bacon Swiss cheese, and a creamy peppercorn sauce. And the steakhouse double melt. Make the same but with sauteed onions and mushrooms.
But are they good?
Good. Them succulent and delicious. The only problem is we don't know which one to eat first.
The Steakhouse and Bacon Swiss double melt burgers at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
Lord, them succulent.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Yes, Mutty, I was saying to you before the break that what is also of grave concern to me is that following on the comment made by this reporter about Mr. Golding and I being in the area a couple of days ago, which is not so because Mr. Golding has not been there since last year.
Yes.
Another comment was made that according to the PNP supporters, tension was high in the area as a man was murdered in a drive-by shooting Monday night, which PNP supporters claims was politically motivated.
Yes.
I am sick to my stomach when I read things like this.
It is irresponsible reporting.
Let me tell you, sir, there is absolutely no truth to the matter, number one. Number two.
You mean nobody was shot?
Nobody was shot inside a Woodford Park, and no drive-by shooting took place in there.
Yes.
I checked the police blotter, and as a matter of fact, before I came on, I spoke with my spokesperson on security, Mr. Derek Smith, whom I speak to on all these matters. And he confirmed that there was a drive-by shooting at Waterloo Road in eastern Kingston. You hear me, sir? Not southeast St. Andrew. I am sick to my stomach of these type of reporters who do things like these. What they are trying to do. She goes on to speak about another, clearly there is a breach of political code and so forth. Clearly what she is trying to do is to tie something that happened in eastern Kingston into southeast and right there at Woodford Park. Mr. Perkins, somebody has got to rein in these reporters who are
Well, I tell you something, Mom. I tell you something. You know, this is another thing that if it is accepted, if radio stations and newspapers can report such things and people still pay attention to them and take them seriously, well, they will continue to do it, right? But it seems to me to be grossly irresponsible reporting to put hearsay on the pages of a newspaper or on a radio news program or television, whatever, right? And to say that somebody was shot in a drive-by shooting, which PNP supporters said was politically motivated.
That's right.
If PNP supporters, or let us say JLP supporters said was politically motivated, would they publish that? A, B.
They don't seem to do that.
If they did.
It is only one-sided.
If they did, right? It would be equally irresponsible.
Absolutely.
Because, and to say that a flag was burnt and it was done by JLP supporters is irresponsible.
Absolutely.
Particularly when the police have no knowledge of it, according to what Naomi Francis was saying this morning, right? And, what is to prevent me burning a flag and then saying that the flag was burnt by Gordon Webley?
Exactly.
Right?
The last thing I want to just comment on, Mr. Perkins, and, I'm sorry I even have to touch this, but it is important, and I have myself been trying to keep this away from the news because I don't want my supporters to become fearful or to feel intimidated in any way. Is that a couple months ago, I was called by one of my supervisors in the very Woodford Park area, who was called by police intelligence and told that they are uncovering or have uncovered some plot to get rid of him. I called Derek Smith again, our spokesperson, because as I tell you, I don't listen to hearsay, who verified the complaint. Are you hearing me, sir?
I hear you, Mom.
Well,
we have to be careful that we're not going into what we condemned.
I did not say anything because I don't want my people to be intimidated. Last night, I was called to Woodford Park yesterday evening. There was a massive games day there where everyone, JLP and PNP alike, was having some games day.
Somewhat?
Games, playing of football and
so forth. Yes.
And they were having an excellent time. I was called by someone who told me he had to speak with me urgently, and told me that someone came into the area and has placed a threat on my life. This threat has since reported to the police. Placed a threat on my life. I have since made the report to the police. I just want everyone to know I'm not daunted by it, you know.
Yes, but at the same time, Mom, we have to play by the rules.
Exactly.
Right? Now, it is very easy for somebody to come and say these things in order to promote the notion that it is some PNP people that are plotting to kill you.
That's right.
Now, I'm not saying that you...
I will say this to you, sir.
Yes.
There is a name, and I've passed those on to the police.
Yes.
And that's as far as I want to go on.
Pass the information on to the police.
I have done so.
Take the appropriate precautions, right? But in the same way that it is wrong for people to be publishing information about, Labour Party people planning to do this or burning flag or thing when there is no evidence to support it, right? I think you should be cautious about talking about it in public, right?
I quite agree with you, sir.
Take the precautions.
I'm just hoping.
Do what needs to be done.
Mr. Perkins, you're within the press. Is there no one that can rein these people in within the news media?
That can do what?
Is there no one that is responsible for these people in the press?
Not that each media house, so far as I know, and the Broadcasting Authority has some responsibilities, but I'm not sure that it extends to what we've been talking about.
Well, evidently, right? I am taken aback. I'm really taken aback by these reports.
But another thing, Mom, this business about Jezebel and Satan and evil and things like that, right? One of the things that seems to me to be happening is that, and the putting up of flags and so on, is that people are saying that these things are provocative, right? And could lead to violence. Am I right?
That is what I'm being told.
But that is a load of nonsense.
That's what I'm hearing from
because
people.
What are we saying? That we have developed a culture in Jamaica where if I step on your toe, you draw a gun and shoot me.
Isn't
right?
it sad?
So therefore, I should be very careful to keep as far away as possible from stepping on your toe, right? Well, however much I do that, accidents will happen. And what we want to do, it seems to me, is not to pander to violence, because that is what we're doing here.
I quite agree with you, Mutty.
Right? We cannot say of somebody that he's a devil. Because if you say of that person that he's a devil, it might lead to violence. We can't say of somebody else that she's a Jezebel. Right? Because that might lead to violence. What we want is to cultivate the kind of culture in this country where if I call you Jezebel, you turn around and say to me, well, look here, you're being very foolish.
Yes.
Whatever, right? And if I put forward a credible argument and that defeats your argument and so on. Isn't that the way to go about it?
I firmly believe that, and I also believe that when we start to legislate about certain issues, we're going to find very soon that someone is going to tell me that I can't wear a green dress or a red dress.
All of that?
And that is
provocative.
Madness. I mean, that is total and utter madness. I'm not going to be able to wear my green dress.
Uh-huh.
As a matter of fact, I have red dress and I wear it all the time.
Yes.
I am not a foolish person.
Yes. It seems to me to be quite ridiculous.
Absolutely.
I don't see why people shouldn't put up flags or whatever it is that they want, right? And if I put up a red flag and you put up a green flag, so what? What are we going to quarrel and argue about?
That's right. The challenge is, though, that when you are able to get the press to pander to this type of
Oh, yes,
behavior.
I
Therein lies the challenge.
Look.
Because while Maxine has just admitted that she had flags up there, you notice no press took it?
Yes. I haven't heard anything about it.
In the newspaper?
Yeah,
There you
yes,
go.
that is quite true.
Thanks a lot, Mutty, for your
Okay,
time.
Mom.
Have a great
All the
day.
best to
Bye-bye.
you. Okay, hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Hi.
Yes, sir. I'm interested in some assistance from the United Nations Development Project for our intellectual property rights and projects. I'm interested in promoting more discussions like the Durban Talks.
Like what?
Like the Durban Talks on the reform of the capitalist system as it affects the economy of countries such as Nigeria, Zimbabwe, and South Africa.
The reform of the cabinet system.
The capitalist system.
The capitalist system.
Yeah.
I see.
Because, I'm saying that the monopolistic system was in effect. We have to have some
You mean
changes.
capitalism is about monopoly?
Well, these developed countries surely had monopolized the use of some valuable resources from these countries.
Somewhat?
From Africa.
They've monopolized the use of them?
Yeah.
Oh, have they?
Well, don't you know that? Anyway, what we want to talk about today is about the rule of law.
Hold on just a moment for me.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is 1:45.
I want top returns on my money, but I don't want sleepless nights worrying if my money is safe.
That's why smart people invest with RBTT Securities. We offer a variety of investment options and experienced advisors to help you maximize your dollar. Plus, RBTT Securities is backed by one of the most respected group of companies in the Caribbean. And we listen to the person who understands your financial goals the most. You. Talk to one of our experienced investment advisors today. Think smart. Think RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you.
No, sir. We're saying that when we talk about the rule of law, right, some people might feel that it is a subject primarily for lawyers, attorneys, judges, and senior legal officers. I think it needs to be emphasized that respect for the administration and the administrators of law is the responsibility of all our citizens, whether they are rich, poor, or maybe so.
You mean citizens have an obligation to respect what?
The rule of law.
To respect the rule of law.
Yeah, the constitutional statutes.
But you still haven't told us what is the rule of law.
Oh, well, let me tell you. Now, I'm looking at the problem of human callousness, of human injustice to man, of human insensitivity to human rights abuse. I think it requires some maturity to understand the gravity of the problem. For instance, if you saw your neighbor's house caught fire, it would be sort of insensitive to just sit there and watch the blaze without offering some form of assistance. It would be very callous to allow your friends and company and your neighbors to suffer starvation and deprivation because they're not your friends or because they are Chinese or Indians. No one likes to know that some children have to go to school without being properly fed or being properly clothed. What we're finding now, right, in our society is a situation where skilled craftsmen, homeowners, and small business operators have become the main victims of homicide and human rights abuse, creating a serious problem of poverty and underdevelopment. What I'm doing here now is appealing to the powers that be, appealing to the people that promote this form of injustice to be more tolerant and helpful to the unemployed.
What do you say that your mission is, sir?
Mission?
Yes, you're a member of some organization.
No, not a member of some organization.
But you're trying to promote.
Well, we were talking about initially about reform of the capital system as how it affects black countries, black societies such as Jamaica, Haiti, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, South Africa, right? So what we're saying is now that we want some change, right? We want a change to produce development, better standard of living for these millions of black people. Millions of black people live now.
Who has the responsibility to do that?
To do what?
To promote a better standard of living and this, that, the other for all these
We're
black
appealing
people.
to our intellectuals to not to be two-faced and two-mounted. We are appealing to our intellectuals to apply genuine analysis to our problems and not to be wasteful of our resources and use our resources to promote underdevelopment. Right? We want a properly operated system. That's what we're talking about. That's why I said we need people, right, who respect us, who respect the administration of law, and who respect. You can't have a situation where people conspire to disrespect the law. Can you listen to Perkins? It's not proper to have a system where anybody, a group of people can just conspire and say, well, but we're going to disrespect the administration of law and all of these things. We're asking the powers that be, right, to be more tolerant and more helpful to people who are poor.
But let me ask you something. Why are people poor? Why are black people the world over in the kind of situations in which they are?
The capitalist system have been taking advantage of them.
Let us take one example of a black country, a largely black country that we know intimately. One called Jamaica.
Yeah.
Why is Jamaica in this situation? Whose fault is it that we are in the situation
we're
we're
not
in?
old enough yet.
I beg your pardon?
I don't think we're old enough yet to have developed the kind of economic structures that can really allow all for people to be employed. We need more employment. We need more education, and we need more dedication.
And why is it that we don't have these things? Is it white people that are depriving us of these things?
What's that?
Is it white people? Or Indians or Chinese or whatever?
They have a different culture.
Eskimos that are depriving us of these things?
I didn't catch you right here so a while ago.
No, who is it? Who is depriving black people of these opportunities?
Well, the thing is, right? Say, for instance, after slavery, right? I personally would have thought that the slave owners would have sort of...
No, but the slave owners were a long time ago, you know.
Yes.
We're talking about now. Right?
Well, the European class, then.
The Europeans
are
depriving us of these things.
The settlers. Yeah. But the thing is, right, after emancipation, I would sort of...
What are the Europeans doing to deprive us of these
Them
opportunity.
enslavers first of all, Mr.
Why is it that we haven't got
resources.
Why is it that we haven't got good roads in Jamaica? Why is it that we haven't got good schools in Jamaica? Why is it that we haven't got more investment in Jamaica? More economic activity? Why is it the Europeans are saying no, we must have them?
Probably not using our resources or intellectual resources and our financial resources properly.
Our what?
Probably not using our intellectual resources and our financial resources properly.
Yes. So hold on. If our intellectual resources and our financial resources are not being properly used, whose fault is that? The white people?
Fault is that. I mean, let's say we choose people to run our business and them if I'm but and them can't do the job. Yeah. That seems to be the case.
And whose fault is that?
What do you mean whose fault is that, Mr. Perkins? I mean,
I'm asking whose fault is it?
Well, me say you send your child to school, right? You don't expect the child to start end up on the beach and when you find out say him go drown and dead. Him supposed to be at school.
But
we let people to run our business, and when you find out say them down the money upon like a foolishness and things, and people can't get work, them can't provide enough work for the people of the country. I mean, there's something wrong with that. Them not using them intellect property rights properly.
Why can't they provide enough work, sir?
What do you mean, mister? Well, I was recently, looking on a model of development that requires that for every 100 person, you're going to need a doctor, you're going to need a nurse, you're going to need a lawyer, you're going to... This isn't the situation in Jamaica here today. If out of 1,000 persons, you may have 1 or 2 doctors, engineers, things. But what we need, what we need
let me tell you something, sir.
More tailors, more lawyers, more nurses, more doctors.
We have to take responsibility for ourselves. Right?
Yeah.
And we cannot expect the Americans and the British and the Germans and the French and whomever else.
What sort of model of development do you think that you would choose for a small country like Jamaica?
For a small country like Jamaica?
I was suggesting that out of every 100 people, we need to have doctors, nurses, lawyers, engineers, builders, this and that. Everybody repatriated.
Yes,
them can apply themselves. This is the situation in Jamaica today.
We need, sir, to take responsibility for ourselves. We need.
Anyway,
I
really can't spend so much more time with you. I think I'll call you another day, yeah?
Yes, all right. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, we still have a few minutes to the break. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
I've been waiting on you for a long time.
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
I've almost fallen asleep.
I beg your pardon?
I have almost fallen asleep.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Yes, Mr. Perkins, I have some issues. Hello?
Yes?
Yes, I have been thinking and wondering for the past couple of weeks and years. If and when a government is in power, and if the government has done so well, so wonderful, so overwhelming, do you believe the sort of situation which is existing now between the PNP and the JLP, each one fighting for power, do you think if the PNP had worked how they should work for the people of this country, the PNP would be putting up a fight?
I don't understand what you mean there.
They have been in power for 18 years.
Yes.
And all that we can see as Jamaicans and people in the other part of the world who is following our politics is a battle between the PNP and the JLP. Pollsters saying this, one set saying another. The people are there saying something according to them. The others are there saying something else. My opinion is, if this administration had worked the way they should, Jamaicans would have no need to go to the poll to vote for a JLP government.
Oh?
Because they would have done so well that all people who would normally vote for an opposition would say, I'm not going to be bothered to vote. Let the government stay. Because they would have done so well.
I see.
Good. But because they have not done enough for the people, they are still there fighting and fighting to stay. What could be so sweet for them to want to stay for 23 years? Why would they want to be in power? My son and my daughter and my grandchildren will never know another government but CNP government.
Oh?
Good?
They will never know another government.
No! Because when this generation now that will be voting for the PNP and for the JLP, they had no experience of another government but the PNP government. Right, and can't the PNP and its members think and said, okay, we have been there. Let us, do what we have to do and see what the outcome is. Miss Sims Miller is on the trail. Everywhere jerking and dancing and hugging and talking. She wants her own mandate. She got a mandate and she has not done anything since she has gotten the mandate. She has not done a thing. Nothing has changed. All they try to do is to make promises. Promises, and promises of fool is to the comfort of a fool. Right? That's all they are doing for the people. And Mr. Perkins, the fact is that governments in Jamaica, they do everything in education to keep the illiterates. Because they are the ones who are making the decision for those people who do not see any good in whatever they are doing and they decide not to vote.
Look here, Mom. The man who has power should not be making promises, should not be busy making promises. He should be busy delivering on those on promises that he made.
Exactly.
Right? You're absolutely right on that.
Good. So what's the big deal? What's the big deal? Why is it the PNP so hot? Why is it they're so hot?
Well, they want to get back to office.
But why, Mr. Perkins?
Because
they have worked for us.
Because
they have a problem going back.
They always think, Mom, that it is best for the country
for them
to form the administration.
Yes, but not all the time.
I think the truth is that it isn't so much the country that it is best for as for themselves and their friends.
Yes.
So
and those who are genetically linked.
So anything that will lead them or cause them to be in office, they regard as being best for the country and in the best interest of the country.
Mr. Perkins, I don't know if I can take another 5 years of the PNP.
You don't?
No, sir. This is the worst I have ever been in my
oh Lord,
half a century years.
Oh Lord.
And I've been working for over 30 years.
All right, Mom. Well, have you got your green card?
Well, I'll be getting it very shortly, thank God.
All right, Mom. All the best to you. Thank you very much. We take a break. We'll be back shortly.
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products. Good Jamaica, greater value. The time by Astrosan products is
2:01. Today's weather brief is brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Forest. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. Now for today's weather brief. There is a surface trough west of the island. This afternoon, look for partly cloudy conditions with occasional isolated showers. Tonight will be mainly fair. For the next 3 days, expect partly cloudy skies during the afternoons with isolated showers. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The double zinger is back. Even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy double zinger is back and now available in spicy barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The spicy barbecue double zinger.
The double zinger sandwich. I got take some heating.
KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Business Online is brought to you by GSB Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of choice for all public sector employees and their families.
Good afternoon, I'm Orville Johnson from Today's Money Limited. Welcome to Business Online. The results of the May Treasury Bill tender show that interest rates are drifting upwards. The 91-day tender yielded an average of 11.80%, up from 11.74% in April, while the benchmark 182-day tender resulted in an average yield of 11.96%, up from 11.81% in April. This marks the second month that Treasury bill rates are trending upwards. The Central Bank Governor of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Ewart Williams, has once more spoken out against the high spreads maintained by Caribbean banks. He said the spreads between the deposit and lending rates in Trinidad and Tobago was 7.5%. He said it was not out of line with other banks in the Caribbean, but much higher than the spreads in the developed world. He said while he did not expect the rates should be at 3%, which held in the developed countries, he said the rates ought to be somewhere between the two bands. The Jamaica business sector, particularly the manufacturers, have repeatedly stated that bank spreads in Jamaica are too high, driving up the cost of lending to the productive sector. The Jamaica dollar gained 1 cent today to close trading at an average of $68.19 Jamaican for each US dollar in the Cambia market. There was moderate demand from both brokers and end users, and the Bank of Jamaica was absent from the market today. The stock market traded healthy volumes today, amounting to 9.8 million units, valued at over $110.5 million. Jamaica Broilers was the volume leader with 4.2 million units trading. Next was Scotia Group with 3.2 million units, and Maber Investments trading over 715,000 units. A total of 25 stocks were active, of which 11 gained, 4 declined, and 10 traded firm. The day's main winners were Goodyear Jamaica, up 33% to close at $8. Darrington, Bunting and Golding was up 8.8% to close at $21, while Capital and Credit Merchant Bank was up 6.7% to close at $10.25. The day's main decliners were Salada Foods, down 25% to close at $35, while Radio Jamaica was down 12.8% to close at $3.40. Cable and Wireless Jamaica slipped by 5.8% to close at 80 cents. The JC Index gained 337.51 points to close trading at 89,465.64 points. Today's advisor comes to you from the GSB Cooperative Credit Union. Let's look at a disciplined approach to saving and investments. Start with a positive attitude to saving and investing your wealth, and adopt a disciplined approach to saving and investing your money. Find a savings and investment plan that will allow you to deduct an amount of your money from your salary each month. This is a disciplined way of saving and investing your money. The money comes out of your paycheck before you receive it in your hand, where there's a greater temptation to spend it all. Keep at least 2 separate accounts where your salary can be directly deposited. One account for your regular cash flow needs and another for your investment needs. For further information, contact the GSB Cooperative Credit Union. You can check them at their branch in the New Kingston or in Kingston Gardens. That's all the time we have for Business Online today. If you need advice, you can call us at 978-6262 or write to us at Today's Money Limited, 72 Hope Road, Kingston 6, or email us at Today's Money Limited. Join me again tomorrow for another edition of Business Online, another fine product from Today's Money Limited. I'm Orville Johnson. Have a pleasant afternoon.
Business Online was brought to you by GSB Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of choice for all public sector employees and their families. GSB Cooperative Credit Union, this is your loans officer. How may I help
I need a loan for my daughter's university fees, but everywhere I call wants security, and I don't have any.
Then GSB's Unsecured Educator Supreme is for you.
So what about a car loan?
We're here for you with loans for just about everything. Motor Plus for your new car. GSB Shelter for a home. Pay one to consolidate your debt. Easy access and more. All paid through payroll deduction.
Wow, it's that easy.
GSB Cooperative Credit Union.
Transforming your life.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, wait, hold on. Who is that?
It's me, man. It is I. Listen, I'm on the call-in because I was driving the country here and I've heard your conversation with Mrs. Gordon Webley.
Yes.
And I just thought maybe there were a couple clarifications since I was on the tour with the Prime Minister on Tuesday.
You were on the tour with the Prime Minister?
Yes, I
on
was.
Tuesday. Mr. Colin Campbell.
It is.
Uh-huh.
And there are just a couple things. The first thing that struck me is that you are very good at giving politicians names.
That who?
You are very good at giving politicians names.
Is that so?
Nicknames. Yeah, yeah.
Is that so?
At it.
Why you say that?
In fact, if there's anything you are excellent at, it is that.
Is that so?
It is.
Oh, Lord.
I remember you gave Dr. Blythe the name Father Teresa.
And you like that one?
I love that one. You may wish to give Mrs. Webley a name as well.
Eh?
You may wish to give Mrs. Webley a name.
Uh-huh.
If you like any guidance in coming up with a name, perhaps you could stick with the same theme as Father Teresa's model.
I see.
So perhaps you could.
What about Sister P?
No, I was thinking why you don't give her Sister T, meaning Sister Teresa.
Sister T.
Yeah.
Oh, Mrs. Joan Gordon Webley?
Yes.
Well, I don't think that she has behaved in a manner that suggests that.
Well, the conversation sounded very much like Mother Teresa.
Is that so?
Yes. Let me tell you though. On Tuesday during the tour, there are just a couple of things. First and foremost, it was not a flag that was burnt. It was a banner, about a 12 or 15-foot banner,
yes,
which was used to decorate the spot at Anderson Road where there was to be a spot meeting.
Uh-huh.
And there was a banner which was put up across the road, welcome Prime Minister. It had a picture of the Prime Minister, a picture of Maxine Henry Wilson, and it was in the square where they were having the meeting.
But as you say this, Mr. Campbell, there's something that I don't understand.
Yes.
What is the difference between putting up flags in a public place and putting up banners in a public place?
No, this was just for the banner was just there for the purpose of the spot meeting.
Uh-huh.
You put up, it's just like you're decorating a room for a meeting. So you put up the banner. There was the sound also.
But you don't think that could be provocative?
No, man. When you're going to have meetings and you seek permission and you just decorate the place and you remove them as soon as they are through.
I see.
So that was what happened. And what happened is that, as you know, the shop front where the Prime Minister should have stood and addressed the PNP.
So do you know who it was that burnt this banner?
No, I don't know who.
You don't know who burnt it?
No, I don't. All I can tell you is that the few of people who work with me, by the time we got to the next stop, they told me that after we left, the banner was burnt. But I don't know who burned it.
Yes, but so you have no means of knowing whether the person who burnt it was JLP or PNP.
I have not investigated. They only told me that the banner was taken down and burnt.
Yes.
I can assume who did it, but I didn't see anybody doing it. But I just
then
have
do
the
you
report.
think that it is right for those elements in the media that have been broadcasting this or publishing this story that this was burnt by JLP people?
Well, perhaps they have verified that independently.
I beg your pardon?
Maybe they have verified it independently. I don't have any way of knowing.
No, I'm not aware that they have.
Right.
And I gather that the police have said that they don't know.
Okay, well, I don't know, but my larger concern on what happened in the Woodford Park, Anderson Road area there, is that when we got there for the spot meeting, there was a group of about 20 or 30 bellowing in JLP.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're opened 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is 2:15. Carbiz Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village for the finest Jamaican souvenirs and craft items, perfected by the island's most talented and skillful artists and craftsmen. Also available, Reggae Boys jerseys and accessories. Give a gift of Jamaican craft, 15% off 3 items. Conditions apply. Support Jamaican craft. Be Jamaican. Buy Jamaican. Carbiz Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza, Concert Spring Road. Call 926-4065. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you, Mr. Campbell. Hello?
Yes, sir.
I'm still not sure what point it is that you're trying to make.
No, I was just correcting some points of that came across in the broadcast, which was not true. And I'm saying the first thing is that it was not a flag that was broken, that was burned. The decoration that we had put up, it wasn't just an independent flag that was there flying.
Yes.
The fact is that we had decorated the area with a banner. The area that we should have used was occupied by bellowing and JLP supporters. We moved a little bit down the road, leaving our banner and everything, and then it was reported to me because of a group who monitor the motor who told me that the flag was taken down and burnt.
Yes.
So I can only assume, I don't know if the media has verified it. As far as this drive-by shooting is concerned, I think you should be aware that on Monday evening, the area called Magara Gully had an unfortunate shooting where a woman was accidentally shot by a member of the JDF in her foot. Right.
Oh, was shot by a member of the security force.
Yeah, accidental shooting.
How do you know it was accidental?
Well, that's what was reported to me.
But you know that what we know, according to what was published, what is ascertainable, is that she was shot. Now,
yes, and I gather it was an accident.
Well,
it was not deliberate shooting. But I have not investigated it myself.
Yes, but without investigation, you can't say that.
Both the PNP and the JLP candidate visited the area, apparently there was an altercation, and perhaps Mrs. Godwebly can tell you whether or not there was any exchange between herself and members of the community. And then in the evening, it is alleged that the persons who accompanied her to the McGregor Gully area, which were from a certain community, was that the shooting came back from that community as a kind of reprisal. Now that is the report. That's the report I got, and I think that's the report that the police
Have you ascertained that this report that you got is any more than hearsay?
No, I went to the McGregor Gully area at 11 o'clock on Monday night. I spoke to a number of citizens, and that is what I have gathered. There were police officers there, so they would have heard the same story that I heard. So all I'm saying is that the thing didn't start at the drive-by shooting. There was a little antecedent which started from early in the afternoon.
Where did the drive-by shooting occur?
It occurred just off Langston Road, a couple of feet down Langston Road on Waterloo Road.
Mrs. Webley is saying that it did not occur within her constituency.
Yes, but Langston Road is the border of the constituency.
I see.
And it is said that they came from over one side and went to the other side. So that is immaterial because Langston Road is the border. Yes.
Do you think that it would be a good idea?
Yes.
In order to sort of maintain, peace and a properly conducted election campaign, that we do not go spreading rumors around.
That is very wise.
Right. So what we know is that a man was shot.
Yeah.
Right. We don't know yet who shot him.
No,
and therefore cannot know why he was shot.
But Mutty,
am I right?
No, I'm saying you can't only go by going through in the same way that policemen have to depend on witnesses and ask for cooperation.
Yes.
It's the same way. Politically, you have to go to communities and ask for cooperation.
Yes, but there is some
speak to people.
But persons who claim to have witnessed an event, their testimony has to be tested. You can't just take if I say you could never do it. That's why you could never do that. That's why I'm saying to you that there are things that people in the community believe, and they have said that to the police, and they have also said it to the media. They said it to political representatives. Belief and proof are two quite different things.
No, obviously
right.
There are two different standards. Two different standards. But all I'm saying to you is that when you go into communities after incidents, people know what happens.
People think that people claim to know what happens.
People know. They do not always come
people
and
claim to know what happens.
People,
right?
Trust me, people know what happened.
But would you think that it would be a good idea to leave it to the police to do their investigation?
Always a good idea to leave it to the police to investigate thoroughly,
and do you
conclude and make a
Do you think that it is possible that in an election campaign like this, right, it is possible for a JLP man to shoot somebody and then have people claim that it was done by a PNP man? You think that's possible?
No, I don't know about that.
You don't think so?
No,
you don't think that some of the things...
Obviously, all things are possible. But I don't know about that. What I can say to you...
No. But you don't think that it is in the interest of one party to have people believe that the other party is full of miscreants, right? And if you can, anything that you can do to promote that idea might...
But I don't think that anybody in the PNP or JLP are willingly irresponsible in that way to behave in the...
Oh, I see. You think that they will commit...
You
think that they will commit murder?
No, I don't.
And seek to evade the consequences of committing murder.
I do not believe that people do things just to blame it on somebody else. I think that you have misguided people who may support either political party who do stupid things. I do not believe.
And when they have done the stupid thing,
do things like that.
they have an interest in making it seem that it was somebody else who did it.
But as I said, I don't know that. What I think we have to do as political leadership is when things happen, we really try to make sure that we get to the truth.
All right, Mr. Campbell. Thank you very much. I must talk some more. All right? All the best. Okay, we have one or two email here.
Mr. Perkins, a brutal murder was committed in Mount Rossa 2 weeks ago. And according to this email, he still has to hear anything in the news or on television about this. Mr. Perkins, this young man is well known in the community, and a brutal murder like this was not mentioned or noticed. I think it should have been mentioned in the news. The young man was beheaded, his eyes gouged out, limbs chopped off, he was scalped, and his teeth knocked out. The Yuatan police came to the young man's house and still not reported on the news. Mr.
The
Perkins,
Yuatan police?
Yes. Mount Rossa.
On Mount Rossa?
Place, yes. Mr. Perkins, is this another murder that is going to be classified as a missing person?
Did we not hear some news about that murder on Mount Rossa?
I don't know. Mr. Perkins, I'm appealing to you. A GPS service wire is encroaching on my property. And my property is now in danger of being set afire because it's very near across to a house next door and close to my bedroom. The hurricane season is now on its way, and I'm very worried. I've written to the GPS people, and I can get no redress. Mr. Perkins, it is to be noted that the GPS doesn't run any wire on the Operation Pride housing scheme in Westmoreland. This email is from Sablamar. And if you look above them, you will see a cobweb of wires. And it is from one such situation that wires are coming and encroaching on my property, and I'm afraid of fire. What can you do?
Well, I tell you something. I don't know. I would talk to a lawyer about this because it seems to me that the Jamaica Public Service Company must have a legal obligation to do something about that. And if anything were to happen to your house, I would expect that they would have a liability.
Mr. Perkins, in an email last week, it was read about victims becoming in love with their victimizers. This email says, one of the emails you just read a few minutes ago, Tuesday, May 22nd, mentions something fascinating which you did not comment on, Mr. Perkins. The writer was trying to interpret the polls by suggesting that Jamaicans may be suffering from the Stockholm Syndrome, which I have defined below. The writer did not use the term Stockholm Syndrome, but he suggested an explanation of people feeling that things are bad.
Of people doing?
Feeling that things are bad, but nevertheless supposedly feel that the government is doing a good job. His suggestion is known as the Stockholm Syndrome. It's a well-known syndrome in medical terms, and it is defined below as a phenomenon in which a hostage begins to identify with and grows sympathetic to his or her captor. It is after Stockholm where a hostage in a 1973 bank robbery became romantically attached to one of her captors. Mr. Perkins, the caller this morning, Boy George, keeps referring to Bruce Golding as not to be trusted because he jumped ship. How come he has not mentioned D.K. Duncan? Didn't Mr. Dr. Duncan leave the PNP and join the NDM and is now back in the PNP? You don't have to go as far as Britain to make the point. Look at the Bahamas. The current Prime Minister, Hubert Ingraham, who recently won the election there, was a member of the Progressive Liberal Party, disagreed with the leader at the time and was fired. Sat as an independent MP, then he joined the opposition Free National Movement and later became its leader. And there are other examples. Mr. Perkins, there was a protest in Montego Bay on Union Street today. Apparently the police shot and killed a taxi driver yesterday, Labor Day. The protesters allege that the police murdered him. Whatever the truth, And I've heard no less than 3 different sides of the story. The people are extremely angry. I've blogged the pictures taken on the scene. And the pictures are attached. Mr. Perkins, I listen every day. I think the reason the ruling...
Did you hear anything about that on the news?
No, I didn't.
That's so very odd.
I think the reason the ruling government disagrees with free education is because they want to rule forever. The people of Jamaica need to stop voting for a particular party and vote for themselves, their children, and their country.
Thank you.
Cry havoc, says this email. Dear Mr. Perkins, in case Jamaica does not realize it, the PNP strategy for winning and the upcoming elections have been carefully laid out and is replete with contingency plans. Our Prime Minister was hailed as the party's only chance at winning. When that seemed to fail, there was, because of the traffic guru, out of the bag came Prophet Finn. More to ride on the wave of popular religious culture and superstition than to unify an already politically divided and antagonistic electorate.
Yes.
Strangely, the people's call for justice was answered by the release of 2 prominent convicts amid much fanfare and celebration, news conferences and speeches. And now quite hurriedly we are under fire by the Bunting bullet, a hardly veiled attempt to sway the nation into complacency, into believing that there's a viable alternative to the beleaguered Minister of Finance. The PNP public relations machinery, like an armored tank, is rumbling through the political landscape on its single-minded mission to ensure that this bedeviled administration retains absolute power by any means necessary. Okay. Jamaicans are battle-weary.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, that brings us to the end of Perkins Online for today. We'll be back hopefully tomorrow, usual time, usual place. We look forward to your comments.
You've been listening to Perkins Online on Power 106. Join us again tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for yet another edition of Perkins Online.